Too late. What's up, Sue? You flies, nigga. T-Rock. You say drink. Good boy. Turn up.
In Orchard Park, Canada. Good morning to you. Despite the conditions, we just heard from Commissioner Bray that it was going to be really hard to get thousands of fans in. What are you looking at?
Yeah, hi, Ed and Katie. 100%. I'm in front of Highmark Stadium right now. I don't even know if you can see it behind me. I think the biggest thing that we're learning today is the difference, the matter of minutes or even seconds can make here. When I got in front of Highmark Stadium probably about an hour ago, I could see a peak of blue sky. There have been moments where you can't see anything. I can't even see a foot in front of myself. It depends on the minute. There's okay visibility right now. I'm guessing you guys can see, a glimmer, a shadow of the stadium behind me, but every once in a while you can't see right in front of you. And it's crazy because there's a massive stadium and you can't even see it. So I have to say personally, I've never had my eyelashes freeze and my eyes freeze together, but that is happening to me today outside here in Orchard Park. The conditions are definitely not ones that fans can be outside tailgating in for sure.
And Corey's kind of weighing in here. He says, it looks clear to me, the phone might not be doing it justice here. The camera here.
I've been trying to take videos on my phone today for social media, and the phone does not do it justice. It's kind of the opposite when you see, a pretty sunset and you try to take a picture and post it, doesn't do it justice. The phone does not do the conditions justice here for sure. Definitely. We've only really been seeing plows and emergency vehicles out on the road. Luckily, we haven't been seeing pedestrian cars, but yeah, this wind and this snow is crazy, and it's really only getting worse throughout the time we've been here today.
Yeah, realistically, we know that's where that band is going to be shifting to, down on the South Towns and pretty much right over Orchard Park. And you know what? Maybe the phone doesn't exactly do it justice, but you take one look at Hannah and you can tell exactly what those conditions are like.
Poor Hannah. She's so cute and tiny, and we
I know
love
she's
you.
the tiniest thing. Don't go away,
I'm
Hannah.
happy I didn't do my hair today. I don't think that would have been a smart decision. Yeah.
Hannah Ferreira live for us in Orchard Park. Hannah, thank you.
Dangerous. It's already a deadly Arctic system. Somebody in Shelby County, Tennessee died today because of this winter storm. And we're going to be talking about how brutal this is. We'll show you right now. This is a lower 48. The air temperature right now, and you're looking at spots like Mile High City, -13, Chicago, -2, Bismarck, -7. But it's important to note that's air temperature. Wind chill makes it feel much worse. And you'll get to those cold spots down south, right in Texas and northern Louisiana. We're just not built for this, and a lot of people aren't prepared for this type of event. And so you're looking at tomorrow, 255 million Americans with below average temperatures. Where you find that brighter shade of purple, that's where you're expecting the 30-degree or below your typical average, where temperatures are plummeting below freezing. Winter or wind chill warnings in place all the way down into Corpus Christi, Brownsville, so South Texas, the RGV. The Central Plains is just ongoing. Areas that dealt with blizzards last week and now are dealing with this bitter cold Arctic air. This is for tomorrow morning. Why areas of the Central Plains, upper Midwest, Big Sky Country have already closed schools, right? And so this is why we encourage you to check in with those local school districts, because they keep coming in as we look at this. Now, as we push through the rest of the week, I know you don't have the color in the background, but you look at the numbers, it's actually slowly climbing. So slowly warming up a little bit as we move into Wednesday and Thursday. But then Friday, we allow some more cold air to get to the northern fringe. So here's a good example. Average for your forecasted high for Chicago is right around freezing. You'll be below that all the way through the weekend and early next week. That's when you can get back towards average. So it's a long stint of being well below. And that was air temperature. And then you show you what it actually feels like when you walk outside, why you want to adjust your plans. Because even though Monday you're near average, you're actually well below that when you step outside because it feels like 14. Still ahead, the major lake effect snowstorm turned this Hamburg, New York restaurant into something out of the movie Frozen. But the Buffalo region isn't out of the woods just yet. That lake effect snow machine is getting cranked right back up. Look at this. The icicles encasing this. As they pan over, it's the entire restaurant. Captivating. Where you have more as we head to the Great Lakes next.
The Supreme Court will be taking up on February 8th the arguments for or against Colorado removing Donald Trump from its ballot. Whatever your personal views, and you've made them very clear, of the former president, you think that is an overreach for states to start doing stuff like that, right?
Or absolutely. What's happening here is the effort to take him off the ballot and deny people the choice. And, you know, as I've said before, I think that's untenable as a legal matter. We can't have all the states making their own rules as to what an insurrection is and how much evidence is needed to deter. Make a determination.
All right, that's Bill Barr, the former Attorney General under Donald Trump. Of course, the two are not exactly on the same page these days, but on the same page when it comes to this potential overreach by states like Colorado that just willy-nilly want to knock Donald Trump off the ballot. Maine is considering the same. And of course, a dozen other states are waiting at the gate to do the same that they can. Andy McCarthy, the former assistant U.S. attorney, Fox News contributor. Andy, Bill Barr's essential argument was yours. Let the people decide this, not essentially courts.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. It's important for our polity for all the reasons that former Attorney General Barr mentioned. I think the chaos you would have, Neil, to have 50 states make ad hoc procedures about this, when in fact Section 5 of the 14th Amendment, which we have talked about a lot less than Section 3, talks about Congress making laws to enforce the 14th Amendment. And of course, they have done that in the insurrection context by enacting a criminal statute where if the prosecutors can go into court and prove beyond a reasonable doubt that somebody is guilty of insurrection, then you could absolutely see people going to a state court and say, you know, here's this federal conviction where the person was found to be an insurrectionist under all the due process protections of the Constitution. I think that's something nobody could object to. But this idea of 50 different states, not only in connection with one election, but really two, because you're talking the primaries and the final general election, making these ad hoc rules as we go along. I just think it's not good law and it's terrible policy.
You know, I also spoke to the former Attorney General about this gag order that one judge is convinced that Donald Trump is crossing over by saying bad things about a lot of people, including Bill Barr. Now, Bill Barr said, whatever he says about me isn't violating a gag order. He's free to for his personal opinions on anyone, including those who might or might not have anything to do with this case. I'm vastly oversimplifying what he's saying, but he's saying that the gag order thing doesn't add up. What do you think?
Well, I don't think the gag order adds up, nor do I think the reason for imposing it adds up. You know, what Jack Smith, the prosecutor, and what some of the courts have said is this theory that, you know, the public has an interest in having this case resolved quickly. And therefore, Trump's constitutional right to seek office has to bend to the needs of administration of justice of these court cases, particularly the one in Washington. I don't see it that way. What the public has is an interest in a just resolution of the case. There's a Democratic Party interest in having Trump get, tried and convicted before the election, but the Constitution gives a speedy trial right to
What y'all think about this? What y'all think about this? Damn. And I didn't know it was that much snow in the U.S. right now. That is crazy. That is crazy, the amount of snow. But what do y'all think about this? I mean, Trump, they want to take Trump off of the ballot, right? Apparently. Let me see here. Let me go back here. They said they want to take Trump. Let's start it.
Whatever your personal views, and you've made them very clear, of the former president, you think that is an overreach for states to start doing stuff like that, right?
Well, absolutely. What's happening here is the effort to take him off the ballot and deny people the choice. And, as I've said before, I think that's untenable as a legal matter. We can't have all the states making their own rules as to what an insurrection is and how much evidence is needed to make a determination.
All right, that's Bill Barr, the former Attorney General under Donald Trump. Of course, the two are not exactly on the same page these days, but on the same page when it comes to this potential overreach by states like Colorado that just willy-nilly want to knock Donald Trump off the ballot. Maine is considering the same. And of course, a dozen other states are waiting at the gate to do the same that they can. Andy McCarthy, the former assistant U.S. attorney, Fox News contributor. Andy, Bill Barr's essential argument was yours. Let the people decide this, not essentially courts.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. It's important for our polity, for all the reasons that former Attorney General Barr mentioned. I think the chaos you would have, Neil, to have 50 states make ad hoc procedures about this, when in fact Section 5 of the 14th Amendment, which we have talked about a lot less than
All right, what do y'all think? If you have a quote unquote insurrection, right? Which that's happened. That's already passed through the courts, apparently. You can't stop someone that supported the insurrection, quote unquote, from running for president. You can't remove that person from the ballot. What do y'all think about that? Let me see here. Let's play this with Tusa. Go ahead. Let's let this one play.
Section 3
check something out.
Talks about Congress making laws to enforce the 14th Amendment. And of course, they have done that in the insurrection context by enacting a criminal statute where if the prosecutors can go into court and prove beyond a reasonable doubt that somebody is guilty of insurrection, then you could absolutely see people going to a state court and say, here's this federal conviction where the person was found to be an insurrectionist under all the due process protections of the Constitution. I think that's something nobody could object to. But this idea of 50 different states, not only in connection with one election, but really two, because you're talking the primaries and the final general election, making these ad hoc rules as we go along. I just think it's not good law and it's terrible policy.
I also spoke to the former Attorney General about this gag order that one judge is convinced that Donald Trump is crossing over by saying bad things about a lot of people, including Bill Barr. Now, Bill Barr said, whatever he says about me isn't violating a gag order. He's free to for his personal opinions on anyone, including those who might or might not have anything to do with this case. I'm vastly oversimplifying what he's saying, but he's saying that the gag order thing doesn't add up. What do you think?
Hey, Bissonnette, please.
So that gag order has something to do with Trump's actual court case that he's going through. But let's see
this hour as Maine's top election official has now disqualified Donald Trump from the ballot in that state, an effort that was underway. CNN's Caitlin Polantz has just read this filing and is following this. Caitlin, what is the Secretary of State saying in this decision here?
Caitlin, the Secretary of State of Maine is saying that Donald Trump is not qualified to be on the ballot in the primary in the state of Maine after reviewing petitions from different people who came to her and wanted to remove Trump from the ballot. I'm still looking through it, but one of the findings here from the Secretary of State is that Trump must meet certain qualifications to be able to be on the ballot, and is finding that he is not meeting those qualifications and thus cannot be on the ballot. Now, this is a big decision from the Secretary of State of Maine. Make no mistake about that. It is in line with what Colorado appears to have done here as well, with the Colorado Supreme Court looking at Donald Trump being on the primary ballot there and saying he couldn't be. But the thing about Maine is that there's going to be a lot of opportunity to appeal this. So the Secretary of State is the person here making that decision instead of the court system. But what happens next is that Trump and others all have the opportunity to go to Maine's court system to appeal this. And all of that can play out in a very short amount of time. We could have some sort of resolution in the courts, depending on how fast the courts move and how fast everyone goes to the court. It could be a decision where we're hearing the Maine's court system also coming in and interpreting the state law within a month or so, basically by the end of January.
And so, Caitlin Polantz, just because this is breaking news, we truly have just gotten this in. I just want to be clear. The Secretary of State here is pausing her decision pending potential action from the Supreme Court.
I have not gotten to that point in reading this conclusion yet. I would have to look at that a little bit more closely. Things get very complicated when it comes to pausing rulings. But one of the things with this that we should be very clear about here is that the courts are almost certainly going to be weighing in, both state courts in Maine, because there's all kinds of things in the law for Maine to allow Trump or others to appeal this decision from the Secretary of State. That state court can look at it. And of course, Caitlin, the Supreme Court of the United States is already looking at that petition from Colorado's Republican Party saying, please weigh in, because every state has a different process and is making different decisions about Donald Trump being on primary ballots in 2024.
I mean, Caitlin, this is fascinating given what happened in Colorado just last week when the Supreme Court there decided to remove Donald Trump from the primary ballot. And
this is, but this is part of the yin and yang in the U.S., the federal and the state. But I mean, they make this, I don't get it. I don't get it, actually. You're running for office technically in each state, and you have to apply to be on each ballot in each state individually, right? It's not a federal thing. They have laws about how the elections have to go about, but then the states have certain kind of rights, right? I mean, he still has to pass each state's requirements, I believe. And then on top of that, each state has its whoa, hold on. The insurrection was based on the last election. So they didn't like the results of the last election, first of all, right? They didn't like the results of the last election. They wanted to storm in to the Capitol building and force the vice president to do what? Refuse to okay, so now because of that, the states are saying they don't want Trump on the ballot, right? At all. Okay.
The 3 decision that was unprecedented. We had never seen that happen in our nation's history. Now it has happened for a second time in the state of Maine, following the decision by the Michigan Supreme Court to say, we're not getting involved in this. He can stay on the ballot. I think what's important here is a little bit of background, because for those who haven't been following this closely, there were 3 complaints here, and 2.
Do y'all think Trump can win, even if he's on the ballot? You think he can win, Andrea or Donnie? You think Trump can win this election if he stays on the ballot?
Of them were based on this.
I'm not too sure, but hey, I want to know your thoughts.
Same section of the Constitution that decision in Colorado was, which is, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, basically finding, that Trump, as they did in Colorado, he could not hold office again because of his actions on January 6th. Given the difference here and how this went, not through the courts, but to the Secretary of State, what could that mean for the future of the decision that has just been made by the Secretary of State in Maine?
Yeah, well, who is making this decision is always going to be a question, especially if the U.S. Supreme Court looks at this. So in the situation in Colorado, it was the Supreme Court of Colorado, the highest court in that state, looking at basically holding a trial to determine Trump was an insurrectionist in their view.
But what I don't get is Trump, he constantly says that the elections are rigged. So is Trump going to say that this election is rigged? I mean, even if he's on the ballot, even if he's on the ballot, he's going to say it's rigged, right? I mean, isn't that pretty much what you could expect? If Trump loses, isn't he going to say that it's rigged, even if he's on the ballot? And isn't the idea to remove that possibility, let someone else run, so they will just win or lose, and everyone will accept the results? What y'all think about that? I'm not too sure.
Also determining they had the ability to take him off the primary ballot under the state's law. Now, in all of the other states, including in Maine, there is always going to be a question before the Supreme Court.
It's possible the white evangelicals will do whatever it takes to make that happen. They don't care what he does. Damn.
Can these people
it appears so
even do this? Can a Secretary of State make this sort of decision?
But Biden, I'm just trying to make sense of this. Biden is the president right now. He's assigned his own he's assigned his own Justice Department leader, his own, it's a Biden administration. So it's his appointees that are in each one of these, what do they call this? Positions, you could say, right? I forget the technical term on that level, but in these positions, they're appointees. So if Trump believes, I mean, how would it be? Look, Trump lost the last election and it was his appointees in office in all the places, and he lost. This time it's Biden's appointees. What would make him not say he lost? I mean, what do y'all think about that? Is this making any sense? I mean, why would Trump want to run if he doesn't think he can get a fair shake anyway? I don't get it.
Party primaries related to who voters can cast their ballots for. And so whenever this goes to the Supreme Court, it's very unlikely at the very beginning, right now, where we're still in this primary process, this first emergency application is before the U.S. Supreme Court, that the Supreme Court, the 9 justices in Washington, D.C., that they're going to be making a call on whether Trump is an insurrectionist or not. They're very likely going to be looking first at the sort of thing that the Colorado GOP wants them to look at, saying, you can't remove the ability for voters.
All right. So does somebody want to debate if Trump is an insurrectionist or not? I mean, he's an insurrectionist, right? Isn't that what they wanted to do? They wanted to stop the election by storming the Capitol building. Isn't that what they wanted to do? So this is bizarre.
To vote for certain people. And that's just the big question that is before the Supreme Court as far as the papers we have right now.
Caitlin Pullen, stand by, because I know you're reading through this decision. Come back with us with more. We also have Norm Eisen and Michael Moore here with us. Norm, what's your reaction to this decision by the Maine Secretary of State saying that Donald Trump cannot be on the ballot there?
Well, Caitlin, it's a part of a pattern now, and it's not just that the Colorado courts came to this decision. Remember, the January 6th committee looked at these same issues and also determined that Donald Trump had engaged in insurrection. So I think it validates the concerns of those who believe that the former president is not qualified. As we've talked about, every state addresses this question of how they will or will not apply the 14th Amendment differently under their state laws. Here in this decision that we're still reading from Maine Secretary of State Shana Bellows, what she says is that Donald Trump's petition to be on the ballot, where he says he's qualified, is not accurate because he's not qualified under the 14th Amendment. Very momentous.
Y'all think it's easier to just let him on the ballot and lose, or what? Or do you think he could win if he's on the ballot?
Supreme Court disqualifying President Trump from their state's 2024 primary ballot. 14th Amendment of the Constitution says office holders cannot support insurrection. And the judges say that Trump did that with his actions on January 6th. Trump campaign calling the ruling a, quote, scheme to interfere in an election on behalf of crooked Joe Biden. With more, we are joined by a constitutional law expert, oil law professor Jessica Levinson. Jessica,
I told you so.
good to see you. We've never seen anything like this in U.S. history. Can you break down?
But check it out. It was crooked Donald Trump the last time when he lost. Yo, what's up? It was crooked Donald Trump. The last election was crooked Donald Trump's fault that he lost. He's the one who had all the appointees in office. Now, before he even wins a primary, he's already saying crooked Biden. That is crazy.
What the court is saying here.
So exactly as you said, the Colorado Supreme Court is looking at the 14th Amendment. This is a post-Civil War portion of our Constitution, and it was meant to prevent people from the Confederacy from serving in government again, saying essentially, if you're trying to destroy our government from within, then we don't want you representing it. And so it says if you engage in an insurrection or if you give aid or comfort to those who do, then you are disqualified from appearing on a ballot. We've applied this, for instance, in New Mexico to much lower positions, for instance, to a county supervisor, I believe. But obviously, we've never been in this situation before. The Colorado Supreme Court, as you know, stayed its decision, meaning it doesn't go into effect until January 4th, giving time for the inevitable challenge to the U.S. Supreme Court.
But just to be clear, Donald Trump has not been criminally convicted of insurrection.
Nor do you need to, I think, under the best reading of the 14th Amendment. If I look at the 14th Amendment, I look at its purpose and why it's there and how we've used it in the past, I don't think that's a threshold to apply the 14th Amendment here.
Okay, so we've seen, this is Colorado. We've seen similar lawsuits in other states, including in California. Could something like this happen here?
Potentially. I think, again, we're waiting on the U.S. Supreme Court. And my best prediction is that they will find a reason, and I'm not sure which one it is, but there's some likely suspects, to overturn the Colorado decision. Alex, I'm sure you remember in 2000, Bush v. Gore, the U.S. Supreme Court essentially decided the presidential election. It caused a crisis of legitimacy, and that was after people voted. I don't think the U.S. Supreme Court wants to make a decision that takes this option away from voters, that makes it look like they're not letting the electorate use their fundamental right to vote. So it could happen in California. I don't think it's going to.
And it should be pointed out as well, Donald Trump put 3 of the justices on the U.S. Supreme Court right now, and there's a Republican supermajority, at least a Republican-appointed supermajority. They, of course, say that they're not partisan, but sometimes prove to be.
So it will be really interesting to see how this breaks down, because, of course, this question of interpreting the 14th Amendment shouldn't have anything to do with your political ideology, but obviously it has huge political implications. I suspect we will see maybe something more like a 5-4 decision, but there's a couple of different paths the U.S. Supreme Court could take. They could say that this wasn't an insurrection, or that Trump didn't give aid or comfort to those who engaged in it. Or, as the lower court said in this case, that this provision doesn't apply to the presidency, that applies to other offices. So there's a lot of different routes for the Supreme Court to take here.
Yeah, you're the person who studies the legality of all this, as the guy that studies
That
the
doesn't make
politics
any
of
sense.
this. Assuming what you're saying is true and the Supreme Court says no to this, and he is on the ballot after all, this only helps him politically. It brings the Republican Party even closer to Donald Trump. And every time the court has ruled against him, his party has rallied even more. So it's crazy to think that disqualified.
I don't know about that logic. What do y'all think about that logic? What do you think about that logic? That's the idea that it wasn't that amendment wasn't made for the presidency. It was made for other offices. Why wouldn't it be made for the highest office? I mean, the highest office gets to appoint. It gets to appoint people to different different what is this? Sectors of government, the military, right? The Fed, right? You know, the Treasury, all of this stuff. I mean, what do y'all think about that? The Supreme Court's role in this kind of thing, if it gets to the Supreme Court. And I guess that's what Colorado's Secretary of State is trying to avoid by making the decision herself. But any case, here, let's see.
Faith and college football. Former Governor Chris Christie. Live on News Nation, news for all America. The lights are on. The field is set. It's game day in Alabama. And who knows
I want to hear some of the questions and some of the responses to this.
what the tide will roll in.
Did any of you all watch this? Did y'all watch the GOP primary last night?
From the University of Alabama. I'm Megan Kelly, host of the Megan Kelly Show.
But what? What the hell? This was a wild. Hold on. I thought this was. Did they just have another one? Wait a second. I missed that. This is the wrong one. Sorry about that. Let me go back.
DRS-forsikring, hvis det sker noget med jeres bil.
Let me see something here. Republican. Wasn't it just a primary that just came up? Oh, it didn't happen right. Is it this one? Wait a second. It's this one right here. That was 15 hours ago. Exactly.
On the clock this morning, Iowa Republicans are preparing for today's all-important presidential caucuses by putting on an extra layer to combat the cold, bitterly cold temperatures there. The weather is by far the coldest since Iowa started leading the presidential selection process in 1976, and it could have an impact on the outcome. Charlie DeMar has the latest from Des Moines.
Okay, so it didn't happen yet. It's upcoming. Okay, that's right. It's 7 o'clock in the evening. Okay, so damn. Did this hold on? Is it going on right now or what? Is it? It didn't? Hold on. It was Don the comment who was saying the election. Right. Is this going on right now? Hold on, let's see what's up.
Came out in the sub-freezing cold to attend rallies on the eve of today's Republican caucuses.
This is Iowa. If you don't like the weather, stick around. It'll change in 10 minutes.
I think it's really important to see all the candidates, get to hear all the perspectives before, making a decision.
The brutal weather has added yet another question mark for the GOP candidates hoping to build momentum.
Is this happening where Smoke Reloaded was? I think Iowa. Yeah, that's what he said he was from, Smoke Reloaded.
As the presidential race heads into high gear.
So brave the weather and go out and save America, because that's what you're doing.
A new CBS News poll finds former President Donald Trump's support among national Republican primary voters has risen to its highest level yet, even as former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley leads President Biden by a wider margin in a potential general election matchup.
The only way we're going to win the majority of Americans is if we have a new generational leader.
The Iowa caucuses begin at 7 p.m. Central at individual precinct locations across all 99 counties in the state.
Can you handle the wind chill?
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said today's caucuses are more consequential than ever.
It's all about the organization getting people to turn out, and that's not always easy in any caucus, but certainly in a caucus like this, where we're now going to be in the negative 20s.
And if history is a barometer, the last time Iowa Republicans picked their party's eventual nominee was in 2000 with George W. Bush.
Well, in Georgia, you can request an absentee ballot for the presidential primary right now. Just contact your county's elections office. Those ballots will be mailed out as early as February 12th. In-person early voting will start on February 19th. Election day in Georgia for the presidential primary is March 12th. So go ahead, Mark.
Of opportunity.
Yeah.
What do you see as the added value of HBCUs these days, especially in light of the Supreme Court striking down the use of affirmative action in college admissions and the conservative backlash to teaching about race in schools?
Well, look, these institutions have been doing the hard work for over a century and a half. Long overdue that they should get the recognition that they're getting today. Yes, they're getting more attention and more young people want to attend these institutions. But what we have to realize is that the students who come most to HBCUs are low-income first-generation students. And so they really have to have additional financial support in order to cover the costs of attending a private institution or even a public one. So we're trying to say to this country, Black colleges and their students don't want a handout. They want a hand up. They want someone to help them by investing in them, and then there'll be a tremendous return on the investment. You used a term that we use all the time, punching above their weight. They have been doing that, and they've been doing more with less. It's about time they got to do more with more.
The higher enrollment presents some challenges for these institutions. Many HBCUs are dealing with housing shortages. Others are trying to improve their facilities and their infrastructure to stay competitive and to keep pace with the demand. What are you hearing from college leaders about how they're dealing with those challenges?
Well, you know, the hardest thing about being a college president is that you have to spend a whole lot of time doing what I do, going out and raising money. At the same time, they've got to ensure that they're doing what their primary purpose is, and that is to provide a competitive education for young people, and to do it in a supportive and embracing environment. We saw recently in the issues around since October 7th that this isn't just something that affects Black students. It really affects a lot of other students, Jewish students on predominantly white campuses. A sense that these institutions are not really there for them, that they're there on sufferance as opposed to on merit. And I think there's a real challenge for a lot of American higher education that they've become so exclusive that the people that they're there to serve don't feel a sense of connection. So what we know about HBCUs is that they do create warm, supportive, nurturing environments. And those first-generation Black students whose families don't have a lot of tradition of sending people to college, and they're not viewed as outsiders, they're viewed as the reason for the institution. Given that, there's a real challenge for us to raise more dollars to support more students. And that's why endowments are so important. And I would just say something about this. You know, we have a $1 billion capital campaign underway.
Where are you in that pursuit?
We're at over $550 million. We're moving much more rapidly than we thought. Because I think there is a greater understanding of the value of the work that we do. The $100 million from Lilly Endowment is it's a good housekeeping seal of approval. I just need to raise another $450 million and I'll meet my floor. But it is just that, it's a floor, it's not a ceiling.
Well, I wish you all the best in that endeavor. Dr. Michael Lomax, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you very much, Jeff Bennett. Great to be with you.
Why does it take so long to find one good song?
Hi, Brett. Mr. President, thank you very much. Very nice.
Rather than have him go and tell you all these lies, you can go to DeSantisLies.com. But every time he lies, Drake University, don't turn this into a drinking game because you will be overserved by the end of the night.
Nikki Haley has this tactic. If you hold her accountable to her record, first she'll say, I never said that. Well, one good rule of thumb, if she says she's never said something, that definitely means she said it. Now that she's getting scrutiny, she's got this problem with ballistic podiatry, shooting herself in the foot every other day.
Ron's lying because Ron's losing. Everybody in the country sees it for what it is.
I have polls that show me leading by a tremendous amount in New Hampshire and a lot in Iowa, and nationwide we're leading by almost 60 points. So I'm not exactly worried about it.
Donald Trump's running to pursue his issues. Nikki Haley's running to pursue her donors' issues. I'm running to pursue your issues.
Do you believe Donald Trump has the character to be president again?
Well, I think the next president needs to have moral clarity. I wish Donald Trump was up here on this stage. He's the one that I'm running against.
Donald Trump should be on this stage. He owes it to you here in Iowa.
I'm not going to have time for retribution. We're going to make this country so successful again. I'm not going to have time for retribution. And remember this, our ultimate retribution is success.
Okay, so Trump says he won't have time for retribution. That's interesting. So he's saying he's not going to have retribution. If he doesn't win the election, or if he wins, he won't be going after Biden and others. If he wins, he won't be and persons that supported Biden. Okay. Does anybody believe him? Does anybody believe Trump when he says he won't be going after retribution? I doubt it. I don't believe him, but that's just me.
Morning. The U.S. Military Central Command now says U.S. fighter aircraft shot down an anti-ship cruise missile that was fired at a U.S. Navy destroyer in the Red Sea from a Houthi-controlled area of Yemen. And this comes just days after the U.S. and the U.K. launched strikes against Houthi targets in Yemen. The militant group vowed to retaliate. CNN's Oren Lieberman is joining us right now from the Pentagon.
I don't think you can believe him.
That another ship was hit by a missile just off the coast of Yemen. What's the latest?
We have seen more launches since the incident on Sunday in which a U.S. fighter jet shot down a cruise missile that was fired at a U.S. destroyer in the Red Sea. We've just learned from U.S. Central Command that there was a ballistic missile fired against a U.S.-owned and operated vessel. The Central Command did not say exactly where this happened, but the UK Maritime Security Organization said that this happened south of Yemen. The missile fired by the Houthis struck the MV Gibraltar Eagle, a Marshall Islands flagged U.S.-owned and operated boat carrier that was traveling through the Red Sea, obviously one of the world's most critical waterways. Now, according to U.S. Central Command, there was minor damage to the ship and no injuries. And crucially here, the ship itself remained seaworthy, which is that it continued on its way as part of its voyage. But of course, the Houthis had promised to retaliate. They said that any U.S. or UK asset was a legitimate target. So this, perhaps part of the retaliation and the response that the Houthis had promised against the much more widespread U.S. and UK strikes that we saw on Thursday evening. Worth pointing out that the U.S. then carried out a follow-on strike 24 hours later. The Pentagon and the White House had expected a Houthi response. This may be part of it, but the expectation is there will be something, frankly, bigger, broader, and more powerful coming from the Houthis. Still, this is now the third or fourth launch we've seen from Houthi territory following the U.S. strikes. Makes clear that the Houthis retain and still have quite a bit of military capability to try to threaten Red Sea shipping here. The U.S., the U.K., and the other coalition there trying to safeguard that shipping to make the waterway safe. Wolf, I think with what you see here playing out over the last 24 hours, it is impossible to say that the waterway is safe at this point, even as the U.S. tries to get there.
Yeah, Oren Lieberman at the Pentagon for us. It looks like this situation is escalating big time indeed. All right, thanks very, very much.
All right, we're taking you now to the House of Commons, where we're hearing Prime Minister Rishi Sunak speaking. Let's listen in.
They fired on our ships and our sailors. It was the biggest attack on the Royal Navy for decades. And so we acted. We did so in self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter, and to uphold freedom of navigation, as Britain has always done. Alongside the United States, with support from Australia, Bahrain, Canada, and the Netherlands, we ordered the RAF to strike 2 Houthi military facilities in Yemen. I want to be clear that these were limited strikes. They were carefully targeted at launch sites for drones and ballistic missiles to degrade the Houthis' capacity to make further attacks on international shipping. I can tell the House today that our initial assessment is that all 13 planned targets were destroyed. At the drone and cruise missile base in Barney, 9 buildings were successfully hit. A further 3 buildings were hit at Abs Airfield, along with a cruise missile launcher caught in the open. We have seen no evidence thus far of civilian casualties, which we took great care to avoid. I know the whole House will join me in paying tribute to the incredible bravery and professionalism of all our servicemen and women. The need to maximize the security and effectiveness of the operation meant that it was not possible to bring this matter to the House in advance. But we took care to brief members before the strikes took place, including you, of course, Mr. Speaker, and the Leader of the Opposition, and I've come to the House at the earliest possible opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I do not take decisions on the use of force lightly. That's why I stress that this action was taken in self-defense. It was limited, not escalatory. It was a necessary and proportionate response to a direct threat to UK vessels and therefore to the UK itself. And Mr. Speaker, let me be absolutely clear why the Royal Navy is in the Red Sea. They are there as part of Operation Prosperity Guardian, protecting freedom of navigation as a fundamental tenet of international law. The Houthis' attack on international shipping have put innocent lives at risk. They have held one crew hostage for almost 2 months, and they are causing growing economic disruption. Global commerce cannot operate under such conditions. Containers and tankers are having to take a 5,000-mile detour around the Cape of Good Hope. That pushes up prices and imperils the passage of goods, foods, and medicines that the British people and others rely on. We have attempted to resolve this through diplomacy. After numerous international calls for the attacks to stop, a coalition of countries gave the Houthis a clear and unambiguous warning 2 weeks ago. Last week, the UN Security Council passed a resolution condemning the attacks and highlighting the right of nations to defend their vessels and preserve freedom of navigation. Yet, the Houthis continued on their reckless path. Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't fall for their malign narrative that this is about Israel and Gaza. They target ships from around the world. We continue to work towards a sustainable ceasefire in Gaza and to get more aid to civilians. We also continue to support a negotiated settlement in Yemen's civil war. But I want to be very clear that this action is completely unrelated to those issues. It is a direct response to the Houthis' attacks on international shipping. And we should also recognize the risks of inaction. It would weaken international security and the rule of law, further damage freedom of navigation in the global economy, and send a dangerous message that British vessels and British interests are fair game. And there is another point here, which is often overlooked. The Houthis' attack risks worsening the dire humanitarian situation in Yemen itself. The UK helps to feed around 100,000 Yemenis every month, with aid arriving via the very sea routes that the Houthis have in their sights. So, Mr. Speaker, the threats to shipping must cease. Illegally detained vessels and crews must be released, and we remain prepared to back our words with actions.
Necessary and proportionate. Significant, but targeted. That's how the UK and US have described these missile strikes on Yemen. While at pains to emphasize, this is action, but not escalation. For weeks now, Houthi rebels have targeted container ships in the Red Sea. Last night came the response. A US-led and coordinated mission. Dozens of American jets, more than 60 targets struck in 16 locations. Houthi command centers, munitions depots, and air defense systems in Yemen, says the US government. And from RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus, 4 British Typhoons.
We've carried out a series of strikes together with allies, which will, we believe, degrade and disrupt the capability. The types of things that we've targeted are launch sites for missiles and for drones. Initial indications are that those strikes have been successful. We'll continue to monitor the situation, but it's clear that this type of behavior can't be met without a response. We need to send a strong signal that this breach of international law is wrong.
Oh, why you say that for me? I mean, yeah, you know, hey, man. Yeah, the Houthis, the British government is helping to feed a lot of the Yemenis people, brother.
People can't act like this with impunity, and that's why, together with allies, we've decided to take this action.
Yemen is not the conflict Rishi Sunak intended talking about today. The Prime Minister landed in Kyiv this morning to announce £2.5 billion of funding. But before heading to Ukraine, he ordered airstrikes on Yemen. Since November, Houthi rebels in Yemen have launched 27 attacks on commercial ships travelling through the Red Sea. This is a vital artery for global trade. Nearly 15% of all seaborne trade passes through here and onto the Suez Canal. These attacks have forced ships to reroute all the way around southern Africa, adding 2 weeks to journey times and $1 million to the cost. These audacious attacks have grown in number and scale since November, and this is believed to be the tipping point. A Royal Navy ship shooting down 7 drones overnight on Tuesday. But while the US and UK talk only of trade, for the Iranian-backed Houthis, what ends in the Red Sea begins in Gaza. These attacks on Yemen were part of the American-British support for the continuation of the Israeli crime in Gaza, says a Houthi military spokesman, adding, it will not go unanswered or unpunished. For the man who used to advise prime ministers in times like this, the airstrikes were inevitable.
I think anything less than this would have been seen as a pinprick and would have been shrugged off. It had to be quite large and quite widespread for the Houthis to get the message, this is serious. It isn't just a gesture.
But is there not a risk of escalation now?
I do not think it's going to bring Iran in. Iran does not want a direct confrontation with the Americans. They're happy their proxies should be poking up the West and burnishing their credentials. So I don't think that we're not on the verge of a wider war, in my view.
The Houthis say 5 of their fighters were killed last night and 6 wounded. The US President Joe Biden says he will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect his people and the free flow of international commerce as necessary. Look, no Prime Minister takes action like this lightly. And of course, this is Rishi Sunak's first time that he's authorized military intervention since becoming Prime Minister. And he's done it without talking to Parliament first. Protect his people and the free flow of international commerce as necessary. Look, no Prime Minister takes action like this lightly. And of course, this is Rishi Sunak's first time that he's authorized military intervention since becoming Prime Minister. And he's done it without talking to Parliament first. There is a precedent for that. Theresa May did the same before airstrikes in Syria, but he has been criticised by other parliamentary parties, the SNP, the Liberal Democrats, all saying they want Parliament to have their say. There are even calls at one point for possibly a retrospective vote. That's not going to happen. And the one person who has given Rishi Sunak his full-throated support is Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, saying that this was right and proportionate. He did say, though, they would like to hear from the Prime Minister at the earliest opportunity. I've been told by the Prime Minister's spokesperson that should happen on Monday. But ultimately, the Prime Minister says, look, this was limited, necessary and proportionate action in self-defence.
But are they suggesting this was a one-off, or could there be more?
Well, the government certainly hopes this will be a one-off. The one factor in that could be a decider is what the Houthis do now. But all in, what you've seen today is pretty much all the UK and the US can do. There is no appetite for boots on the ground. So if more attacks continue, we can expect more airstrikes. But there's no appetite for boots on the ground, especially not in an election year for both the US and the UK. And just give us some idea of the costs involved with this. That attack that we showed you from Tuesday, those Shahed drones that are donated by Iran are worth $20,000. The missiles that shot them out of the sky are worth more than £1 million. Lengthy wars are expensive.
Paul McNamara in Downing Street.
Well, the Houthi rebels weren't exactly a household name outside the region before all this. When it comes to concerns about an escalation of the Gaza war, much of the focus has been on Hezbollah in Lebanon, or indeed Iran itself, which backs both groups and leads the so-called axis of resistance, an anti-Western coalition. One Houthi leader claimed today all this heralds a long-term battle that will change the direction of the region and of the world. Here's our foreign affairs correspondent, Sikandar Kamai.
Anger and defiance on the streets of Sana'a today. A huge crowd of Houthi supporters burn an American and Israeli flag. Many here are uncowed by the airstrikes overnight and want to see their own forces respond. They come to our seas to strike us because we stood with Gaza. The sea is our sea and the land is our land, says this man. The Houthis released this footage late last year of their fighters seizing control of a commercial ship linked to an Israeli businessman. Other missile and drone attacks in the Red Sea have targeted ships apparently unconnected to Israel. The Houthis are keen to flaunt their solidarity with Gaza. After the ship was brought to port, Yemeni social media influencers were filmed dancing on the deck. A Yemeni comedian filmed another video on board. The Houthis' position as the wildcats at the vanguard of the Iran-backed axis of resistance has played well at home and in the region.
In Yemen, it's played very strongly for them. So they were having governance issues before the October 7th attack by Hamas. There was some protests against them. All of that has been forgotten, and it's really been a rallying cry.
The Houthis, members of the Shia minority who had long waged a low-level insurgency, swept into the Yemeni capital Sana'a in 2014, following the political tumult of the Arab Spring, which ousted an unpopular government. Western-backed political leaders sought to regain control with a vicious campaign of aerial bombardment led by neighboring Saudi Arabia. Close to 400,000 people were killed directly or indirectly during the war, many of them children. A tense ceasefire has left the Houthis in control of most of the country. A weak internationally backed government and separatist forces in power elsewhere. Yemen is desperately poor, was described as the worst humanitarian crisis in the world before Israel's assault on Gaza. But the Houthis are no longer a ragtag army. They possess cruise and ballistic missiles. They've already fired some towards southern Israel in recent months. And they proved themselves more willing to up the ante militarily than Iranian-backed groups in Iraq or Hezbollah in Lebanon. Iranian support is key for the Houthis, but they're not beholden to them.
History tells us that when the Houthis took the capital Sana'a at the beginning of the civil war in Yemen back in September 2014, so nearly 10 years ago now, the message was from Iran for them not to do that. And they went ahead and did it anyways. They've been bombed for 7 years by the Saudi-led coalition as part of the civil war in Yemen. They've been blockaded. They've been sanctioned and repeatedly sanctioned by the US to little, if any, effect on them. So no, I don't think for them escalation is a fear that they really hold.
The Houthis show no sign of backing down. Tonight, their forces nearly mistakenly hit a tanker carrying Russian oil in the Red Sea. The airstrikes targeting them haven't been enough to deter them. How far are America and Britain willing to go in order to try and do so?
Well, we're joined now by Kurt Volker, a former US ambassador to NATO. Thank you for joining us. Given the Houthis withstood years of bombing by the Saudi-led coalition, would you expect one night of airstrikes to put an end to these attacks on shipping in the Red Sea?
No, not at all. I think that this was the right thing to do, but I think we have to be prepared for a lot more. This didn't start with the US and UK launching this campaign. It started with months worth now of attacks by the Houthis on US forces, on Israel, on shipping in the region, and it is all based on Iranian support. So Iran has given them the training, the weapons, the financing, and Iran is doing this on purpose to try to go after Israel in the West. So we need to understand what's happening, and we need to be prepared to continue to go after this. It is important that we do enough that Iran starts to feel that it has a stake in ending it.
If you assume that Iran is in control, I mean, to what extent is this, in their terms, a trap, drawing in Western nations into the Middle East conflict?
Well, actually, I think it is, I wouldn't characterize it as a trap. I'd say it's a different strategy from Iran. They believe that the US and the West desperately want to avoid a wider Middle East war, something I think they're right about. And so they feel they can get away with launching these proxy attacks by Hezbollah or by Hamas or by the Houthis with impunity. And so we need to show that we are not so deterred and that we are able to hit back, including possibly even Iran itself, in order for Iran to realize that this is not a cost-free strategy.
Sorry, just be clear, you think the US should consider striking Iran over this?
What do y'all think about that theory right there? That the Houthis and Iran, for that matter, right? That they don't want a war in the Middle East, or they don't want to put boots on the ground in the Middle East. What do y'all think about that idea? And that, therefore, Iran and whoever else, what did they say, Hamas and Iran and the Houthis will strike because they feel like the U.S. doesn't want to come into a conflict in the Middle East themselves. What do y'all think about that? Yo, what's up? Oh, Fight Doctor, what's up, brother? Yeah, and that's Afemi down there. Welcome, Afemi. Andrea's in the house also. Where you been, Fight Doctor? Come on up, man. If you got a minute. I hope all is going well. Yeah, what do you think about that concept? I mean, we discussed that before, but my theory is like, I believe that the U.S. doesn't, of course. The U.S. has been working, they say they've been working on getting out of the Middle East, and to do that, they've been sponsoring trade agreements between Saudi Arabia, Israel, I think Oman also, or the United Arab Emirates. Maybe that's it. Yeah. They've been sponsoring that. And apparently Iran doesn't like that because Iran doesn't want any more trade influence by the U.S. Obviously, if the U.S. is sponsoring that Iran sees that as a threat to their economy and their relevance in the region. And then what goes along with that trade agreement between Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates is a security pact. Okay, let me see Fight Doctor Facts. Biden does not want to put boots. Yeah, Biden. I don't think the U.S. president want to put boots on the ground. Nobody wants to put boots on the ground before an election, because that could trigger some kind of backlash in their votes. Americans don't want boots on the ground. That's the main thing. So they may not mind bombing the hell out of that place, but they don't want boots on the ground. So no one wants war where they live. That's why the U.S. loves starting wars. They never fought in America. Yeah, of course. Of course. I don't think nobody will want war on their own turf. So to avoid it, that's the theory. You fight somewhere else before it comes to you, and you do what's necessary to assert your influence outside of your own actual territory. Yeah. And you do as much to preserve your allies or your proxies territory as well, and their ability to expand. That's what seems to be what's behind this one. But let's see. I just wanted to see what y'all thought about that one. But let's see what else.
I think we have to look at Iran's interest directly. It's not only the Houthis, but it is the fact that Iran is providing the weapons, the training, the support, the intelligence, everything around this. So we should be looking at Iranian oil or gas facilities. We should be looking at Iranian military forces in the region, where they are present in many, many places, in order to show that there is a cost to Iran for doing this.
But if we followed that route, that would be a wider Middle East war, wouldn't it?
I think it would actually cause Iran to step back. Right now, this is escalating because we are not pushing back. And so Iran feels it can continue these attacks and others with relative impunity.
It's an election year in the United States. To what extent does this complicate matters, given Donald Trump put the Houthis, or classified them as terrorists effectively, and Joe Biden undid that because of the effect it was having on the civilian population in Yemen, who were literally starving to death?
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is that the Biden administration is exercising considerable restraint in order to avoid escalation, while Republicans are calling for a return to a policy of maximum pressure on Iran and willing to support attacks such as this, these airstrikes such as this, that the Biden administration has done. So I actually think politically there's a lot of running room for the Biden administration to continue this and to keep going. And they are the ones that are showing more caution and trying to avoid escalation.
Do you think it's been a strategic error to allow the Houthis to stay in place? I mean, the war had gone on for years, and it had effectively come to an end during 2023, or a sort of a stalemate, leaving the Houthis in position.
I don't know that we would be in a position to determine whether the Houthis stay in place or not, but we can set the conditions for regional security. And these sorts of attacks against our forces, against international shipping, are unacceptable. And they were launched after Israel, the Hamas attacks against Israel, and then Israel's response to that. And then they were allowed to continue. And so that is the cost of inaction at the time to try to prevent these sorts of outbreaks of violence. And Iran now feeling that it can continue this strategy because no one is pushing back on Iran directly.
Kurt Volker, thank you very much.
Well, a short time ago, I spoke to Hussein al-Bukaiti, who's a pro-Houthi commentator based in the Yemeni capital, Sana'a. I began by asking whether the strikes would have any impact on the Houthis.
I don't think they have caused any significant damage to Yemeni army capability, because we remember in the last 9 years, Saudi has conducted tens of thousands of airstrike. But what was the result? The Yemeni army here in Sana'a has become much stronger, and they have actually defeated Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates.
So what you're saying, just to be clear, is that there will be a military response from the Houthi forces against the Americans and the Brits in the Red Sea?
Yes, of course, because the leader of Ansarullah, as they called the Houthi, he have warned yesterday, before the attack, if United States will take any step to target Yemen, there will be a huge and a big attack against their battleship or against any area that was used to launch those attacks.
Ships that had been targeted by the Houthis, not one of them was heading for an Israeli port, not one.
And what is does anybody know Eritrea's position on these airstrikes in Yemen? Are Eritrea it's just across on the other side of the sea from Yemen? Have they made any? I'm going to check that out. I'm going to see if the president has said anything about that.
So it was the Houthis who were targeting innocent, unarmed international ships, tankers, container ships.
If the target were all international ships, non-Israeli, why the Egypt and as well the Suez Canal have announced that the Suez Canal was not affected? This means only a handful of ships, and they refuse to answer Yemeni army if they were not actually linked to Israel, or they were not hidden to any port in Israel. They will respond, and they will not, or they can actually turn around and not use the Red Sea.
To what extent are the Houthis acting of their own accord, or are they being encouraged by Tehran, by Iran, to do this?
No, I mean, when they take this decision, they are not encouraged by anyone, because I don't think that someone will actually put his country at risk of a war with the United Kingdom and United States to do Iran a favor. Of course, Yemen and Iran and Lebanon and Syria and Iraq, they have a coalition which called the Axis of Resistance. I mean, it's the same if someone has given Israel, United Kingdom and US the right to fully supporting Israel.
But do the Houthis want to spread this conflict to the rest of the Middle East? Because it certainly put them on the map. I mean, many people around the world didn't have a clue who the Houthis were until now.
Yemen, when it was under attack and blockade for 9 years, and 18,000 Yemeni civilians, most of them women and children, were killed. About 500,000 have died because of preventable diseases. According to UNICEF, one child died every 10 minutes, or the international community has kept a blind eye. That's why Yemen, when they have decided to do this action, is because they don't want what happened to Gaza is to be repeated as what happened to Yemen, and they want to be clear that Yemen will stand with Palestine, and they will not stop their attack unless the Palestinian is given the right to leave.
Finally, is it possible for the Americans, together with their allies, to militarily neutralize the Houthi threat in the Red Sea?
Yemeni here and Yemeni forces have sent a clear warning to all countries around Yemen who have bases of Britain and United States. If those countries will allow United States to use their bases, this means Yemeni will declare war. And they said, one of the officials have said that every single oil field and gas field in those countries, every single port and airport will be set on fire, and anything linked to those countries will become under target. Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, they actually know what the capability of Yemeni army. That's why I think this latest attack by United States and UK, it just they want to save, as we say, their strength.
Hussein Al-Bukaiti, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Well, in Washington, President Biden said he would not hesitate to order further military action if the Houthis continue to attack vessels in the Red Sea, as other countries warned against the risk of widening the conflict. Russia requested an emergency UN Security Council meeting to discuss the strikes. Turkey accused the US and Britain of trying to turn the Red Sea into a sea of blood. Our Washington correspondent, Siobhan Kennedy, is at the White House. Siobhan.
Well, the White House here says it is aware that it has ruffled feathers in the Middle East, particularly in Saudi Arabia, as it nurses that fragile peace in Yemen. But it says that it had no choice, that it has been warning the Houthis for the past 3 months to cease, to stop these attacks in the Red Sea, and that they simply have not listened. And then Tuesday happened, which seemingly was the straw that broke the camel's back for President Biden, a blatant attack, the White House says, on US commercial ship and a Navy vessel in the Red Sea, after which the White House says it had no choice but to act. But they still insist that they are just as worried as everybody else about this becoming a wider conflict, which is why they say, precisely why they took the action that they took with the UK last night. Well, earlier I caught up with the National Security Council spokesperson here at the White House, John Kirby, and I started by asking him precisely that, the obvious. Would these strikes last night inevitably lead to an escalation in the conflict?
No, not at all. In fact, targets that we hit were deliberately designed to degrade and disrupt the Houthi capability.
Do you think this guy is going to answer this question? You know, honestly, let's go back a little bit. Let's see there. This guy. This is too much. Hold on.
Past 3 months to cease, to stop these attacks in the Red Sea, and that they simply have not listened. And then Tuesday happened, which seemingly was the straw that broke the camel's back for President Biden, a blatant attack, the White House says, on US commercial ship and a Navy vessel in the Red Sea, after which the White House says it had no choice but to act. But they still insist that they are just as worried as everybody else about this becoming a wider conflict, which is why they say, precisely why they took the action that they took with the UK last night. Well, earlier I caught up with the National Security Council spokesperson here at the White House, John Kirby, and I started by asking him precisely that, the obvious. Would these strikes last night inevitably lead to an escalation in the conflict?
No, not at all. In fact, targets that we hit were deliberately designed to degrade and disrupt the Houthi capability to continue these reckless attacks in the Red Sea. So we're going to do the assessment here today, and in coming hours we'll have a better sense of exactly what the impact of these strikes were. But everything that they were designed to do was to take the tensions down.
But the Houthis have said that they will retaliate.
The Houthis have a choice to make. They had choices to make over the previous month or so, chose to escalate. Now they have another choice to make, and they need to make the right one.
But if they do choose to escalate, which is what they're saying that they will do, retaliate, what does America?
It sounds like a standoff right now, to be honest, because I mean, do you really think the Houthis are going to back down from this? And if the Houthis aren't the type that's going to back down, then you think the U.S. is going to back down?
America do then? Where does this go? Surely the conflict will then potentially spiral out of control. And we have that situation that Joe Biden sought desperately not to have.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see what the reaction is. I've heard what they've said. We'll watch very, very closely. And if we have to take further action, we will.
Is there a risk that America loses friends in the region at precisely the wrong time?
We certainly understand that countries in the region are concerned about these strikes last night. Heck, we're concerned about making sure that things don't escalate. So we hit radar sites so they couldn't guide those missiles. We hit launcher sites so they couldn't launch those missiles. We hit storage sites so they couldn't keep those missiles. I mean, that's
so
what
you can't rule out that you haven't hit civilians.
I don't have a full damage assessment right now. We've seen some reports that there may have been some casualties. I would tell you that each of these targets were military targets.
The Houthis say they're doing this for the Palestinians, for what's happening in
that's,
Gaza.
That's not true. That's just not true.
But is it not the case that had the US been firmer, tougher with Israel about limiting civilian casualties, that we wouldn't be where we are today?
The argument, I'm just going to have to challenge the premise of the question. It's not like we haven't been talking to the Israelis since the very early ongoing of this war.
But being tougher.
We have been very consistent about the need for them to reduce civilian casualties and to be more precise, to be more careful, to be more deliberate. Now they're talking about transitioning to a new phase of warfare that's lower intensity at our urging and at our encouragement.
23,000 deaths later.
Too many people have been killed and wounded in this conflict. And we know many thousands in Gaza have been affected by that. Many more thousands wounded, hundreds of thousands displaced. We all want this war to end, but let's not forget how it started by...
Looking for the perfect remote job?
Yeah, they're going back into the Israeli conflict. Sorry about that. Let me see something here. Sorry about that.
Intensity at our urging and at our encouragement.
23,000 deaths later.
Too many people have been killed and wounded in this conflict. And we know many thousands in Gaza have been affected by that. Many more thousands wounded, hundreds of thousands displaced. We all want this war to end, but let's not forget how it started by wanton slaughter of innocent Israeli civilians and the hostage taking of a couple of hundred or more of their family members. That's what started this war. Israel has every right to defend itself.
Well, the price of oil initially jumped by over 3.5%, and so did gold as the markets fear the inflationary impact of a wider war. Here, the government said that the need to protect international trade was a key justification for the attacks.
A second day of US-UK strikes on Houthi rebels in Yemen. The US Air Force Central Command confirmed that it fired Tomahawk missiles at a Houthi radar site on Saturday morning. A second day of US-UK strikes on Houthi rebels in Yemen. The US Air Force Central Command confirmed that it fired Tomahawk missiles at a Houthi radar site on Saturday morning.
At 3:45 a.m. on January the 13th, US forces conducted a strike against a Houthi radar site in Yemen.
This follows a first wave of US-UK attacks on the Houthis on Thursday, which hit over 60 targets. These satellite images show the aftermath of the strikes on military bases in the port city of Hodeidah, southwestern city Taiz, and northern city of Sada. The Houthi movement's channel Al Masirah TV reported the attack on Saturday on social media.
The American-British enemy targeted the capital Sana'a with several raids.
Since November, the Iranian-backed rebels have repeatedly targeted commercial vessels in the Red Sea with drone and missile attacks as a message of support for Palestinians in Gaza. The US-Britain attacks follow a UN Security Council resolution on Wednesday demanding that the Houthi rebels cease their strikes on commercial ships. The US strikes are backed by allies like Australia, the Netherlands, Bahrain, and Canada.
We've put together a group of nations that are going to say that if they continue to act and behave as they do, we'll respond.
Houthi officials from Yemen's foreign ministry have warned of retaliation, saying the US and Britain will have to pay a heavy price for their actions.
What's up, Fight Doctor? What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing well, brother. Peace and blessings to you.
Yeah. It's been a minute, man. Good to see you back.
Oh, thanks for having me, brother. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on this, man?
So I was watching some speeches of Dr. Martin Luther King. You know, today is his birthday. And so whenever we talk about Dr. Martin Luther King, often it's, you know, I have a dream, and, you know, it's all about that, which really I think does a disservice to Martin Luther King, because, you know, he was a lot more than just I have a dream. Especially towards the end of his life. In the last couple of years, you know, he really took a turn to the left, sort of say. And so one of the things that he said, which I found most interesting, was the greatest, and this is a quote from Martin Luther King, the greatest purveyor of violence in the world is my own government. You want to know something?
Go ahead, keep going.
That's 100% accurate and true.
Right.
The greatest purveyor of violence in the world.
I'm sorry. I'm not laughing because it ain't true. It's just like, it's insidious, man. But go ahead, keep going.
Right. It's crazy.
Oh,
So, like the hypocrisy that we see coming out of Washington, D.C., and you know, the national elected officials, the Senate and the Congress people and all that, the amount of hypocrisy is mind-boggling. It's jaw-dropping. Okay, you look around the Middle East, and you look at like Egypt, right? The government of Egypt is wildly unpopular with the populace. The same with Saudi Arabia. The government of Saudi Arabia is wildly unpopular with the populace. The same is true for Jordan. The Jordanian government is wildly unpopular with the Jordanian people. But do you want to know what all three of those governments have in common?
They're backed by the U.S.
They are all propped up by the United States government. All three of them.
Yeah, man. I mean, and they're not only the only one. They're not the only one either.
No,
I mean,
not at all. No, sir.
I mean, in
by
that
no
region,
means.
they're not even.
By no
Saudi,
means.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, by no means. So when we hear the United States Secretary of State and whoever else is in D.C. or Washington or White House talking all this shit about the Iranians, yeah, I mean, it's really just stupid. Okay, it's just dumb. You know, really, when they feed this to you, it's an insult to everybody's intelligence, because they're telling you opposite of what you already know is true. But you know these people are lying.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is like it's a sore. It's a sore is standing in everyone's face. It's like that the U.S. has a lot of influence in this region. The U.S. is the security apparatus, essentially, quote unquote. You know,
Right.
They're the major security apparatus, if you want to call it security. But you know, right.
So essentially, the Middle East has been pretty much colonized by the West, by the Western powers.
But wouldn't it be colonized by someone else if it wasn't the U.S. or the West or?
Maybe. I mean,
I'm not
possibly.
trying to belittle that. I'm just saying, you know, just for you know, realistic sake. Well, I mean, wouldn't they? I mean,
So empires come and go. You know, and before it was the U.S., it was the British, and before the British, it was the Ottomans or the French or whomever, or the Spanish, or whoever the hell it was. But empires come and go. So to answer your question, most likely yes.
Yeah. But that doesn't make it that just because that could be the case doesn't necessarily mean it shouldn't be the case, or that it would be bad if somebody else was in charge.
So it's just in the case of the American empire, it's particularly hypocritical, seeing that this country is supposed to stand for freedom and democracy, whereas the empires that came before America, not so much. They were not freedom and democracy wasn't part of the program.
Right. Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
but I mean, the whole premise behind this country was founded on the sense that people should be free and the government should fear the people and not the other way around. That was the original idea.
It was also quite odd. So
Right.
that was also a quite odd experience. How'd that work out?
Well, not too good. Okay, apparently
Martin Luther
not
King
too well.
has something to say about that.
Yeah,
It's crazy, man.
but it's this whole Middle East situation is beyond crazy.
Speaking of that, right? Martin Luther King thought he had something to say on that, right? And indeed, you're 100% correct. Your breakdown of this region here, right? But and also on top of that, given the fact that it's freedom and democracy, and look at what's going on here, and then look what's going on in the U.S. But ironically, what do you think if you had a poll of black folk? What do you think the black folk would say? Do you think black folk want to pull out? Do you think they would want the U.S. to pull out, or do you think they would want the U.S. to continue?
Well, I think it would depend on what age group, because when I have conversations with like my elders, right? The people who are in the generation and the generation before me and the generation before them, when I talk to them, they have a different view of the world. They still, like my parents, my grandparents, they still watch ABC, CBS, NBC News, and they swallow it hook, line, and sinker, and they hold on to it like it's the gospel. Whereas in my generation and the generations that come after me, they understand. Some of us understand that what we're being fed through the mainstream media, 99% of the time is a bunch of is load of crap.
Anything wrong with a sausage fest? A bit tired? I mean, ladies be having their little kind of fest. No, I'm joking.
Right.
You know what's up? We got the gender wars going on over here. You know what I'm saying? Nah, but anyway, come on. Thank you. Go ahead, brother. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what's going on. But it just depends on what group of black people you would ask. I think perhaps the informed younger generation, when you ask them about the Middle East, they're probably going to say, yeah, we should pull out. But the older generation who are listening to the mainstream media and who are holding on to the mainstream media and their reaction to what they have to say is sort of like, they regard it as the gospel. Maybe they would have a different opinion. Who knows?
Well, let me ask. Oh, hold on. I didn't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, brother. No, go ahead.
Okay, so I was looking at this map right now. Let's what do you think would happen? What do you think a country like Eritrea would thinks about this? I mean, Eritrea doesn't seem to be making too much noise about this.
Well, so thoughts.
They're very anti-NATO.
Yes, they are. But pretty much
about this.
Well, here's what I think. I think that we here in the U.S. are starved in terms of the information that we get, because the media, the mainstream media, they don't cover, what's happening in the streets in a lot of these countries. So even though they probably are aware, but they're not giving us, we're not privy to that information. So I would imagine that
be blocked. Right. You're right. It could not be coming up on Google, right?
Yeah, because like, for instance, the pro-Palestinian movements around the world is off the chain.
True.
I mean, it's like literally off the chain. Okay.
That's an excellent point. You're right.
But you would never know by watching the mainstream media in this country, because they largely ignore the pro-Palestinian movement. And I mean, it is global.
It's global.
Yeah, it's global. I mean, so much so that now
they
you
had a big
have
demonstration here, brother. Not
yeah,
just a week ago. They had a
yeah.
huge
It was like 400,000 people, I think, in I think New York or somewhere on the East Coast. 400,000 people turned up on like in the middle of winter in the United States.
Man,
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
You
That's
know,
almost
that's
unheard
crazy.
of. That's
Exactly.
almost, yeah, it's true.
So, but that's happening all over the world. But if you pay attention to CNN and MSNBC and Fox, you would think it's a rarity, but it's not. No, the truth of the matter is the whole of the world. I mean, like the whole of the world are looking at this Israeli-Palestinian situation and are pissed. And are like, I mean, everybody is pissed. Listen, Saudi Arabia and Iran have been bitter enemies for decades. But this Palestinian situation has brought them to the table. Then they're sitting down talking to each other, and they're actually working out an agreement. They're going to set aside their differences to deal with the real problem. Okay, and it's largely over this Palestinian situation, where you have these two bitter rivals who are going to set their differences apart. Set their differences to the side and deal with the real issue, which is the Americans and the radical government in the state of Israel.
So I agree with you 100%. I mean, the world is tired of it. They're tired of seeing the same results with Israel and Palestine, and they're tired of people turning a blind eye because it's a bad look. It's a bad look for everybody. You know, it's a bad look for democratic nations. It's a bad look for, the EU is not, the EU is very right wing right now. It's been increasing over the years since the last 2 decades, man. It's made a total reversal, right? But still, there was huge demonstrations, and certain governments are just, definitely have not been cool with the situation with the Palestinians and the Israelis, and particularly maybe 5 years ago, there was a lot of push out of the EU, certain EU countries, not the EU itself as a body, but certain states out of the EU. They really tried to make a big push to stop some of to stop the Jim Crow. What is it called? Apartheid, right? And to stop the apartheid there, but it just doesn't seem to change anything. It takes more than one. So this is the result here. You're saying ultimately, this is the result of no change, essentially. And I guess the Yemenis. They're like they decided that and Iran, they decided that this is it. This is the last, that there can't be any more type of colonizing, I guess you would say. But
yes,
aren't the Iranians colonizers?
No.
Okay.
I would not categorize, not in the modern sense. No.
Not in the modern sense, right?
Yeah, and certainly not to the extent that the West.
I know they don't have the ability to beat that, right? They don't have.
Yeah, so like when you hear the politicians, the American politicians, the Americans and others talk about how big and bad the Iranians are, let's just compare the Iranians to the United States. In the last 20 years, how many countries has Iran invaded?
None. I mean, they don't have it's true, none. They don't have the ability, but they've been. Well, it depends on what you mean. They can't invade. They have a
very capable military.
You think they can invade their? You think they can invade their neighbors though without bringing the U.S. in? That seems to be the effect of it. I mean.
What? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe yes, maybe no. But what I do know is that in the last 20 years, Iran has invaded 0 countries. Now, in that same time span, how many countries has the United States invaded?
Whoa. Yeah. I mean, we're the number one military on earth. So
Martin Luther King says the United States government is the number one purveyor of violence throughout the world, and that is true. And yet and still, every time you turn on CNN and MSNBC or whomever, and the topic of Iran comes up, Iran this and the Iranians that. Well, if the Iranians are so bad, having invaded no countries in the last 20 years, then what does that make us? Because we have to be 100 times worse.
Yeah, if they're right, then yeah. If it's actually the opposite, right? If they're right and we're wrong, then we're the bad guy. Right?
The greatest purveyor of violence in the world. Now, that's not me. That's Martin Luther King, and he made that quote in 1968, 67 or 68. So we're talking over 50 years ago.
Yeah, and happy birthday to MLK, by the way.
And that was true then, and it's even more true now.
Okay, so let me ask you this: how are we gonna what do you think? Go back to Eritrea then, right? And let's say Eritrea, for example, Eritrea is in Ethiopia, you could say, right?
So it's to the north of Ethiopia, but Eritrea is not part of Ethiopia. It used to be,
no,
but it's not. It's not now.
It's his own country. They've always kind of seen themselves as their own people. You know,
Right.
I mean, there's there's different segments along but yeah, they.
But before you ask your question, let me just interject one small point. Is that when you look at these borders, you have to understand that these borders are all artificial because these borders were not drawn by Africans; they were drawn by Europeans,
right?
With no consent from the Africans who live there.
Right.
So these borders really don't make any sense. Okay, because Eritrea and Djibouti and these countries, what? When did these countries? There's no ancient texts that talk about these countries. What? They didn't exist until recently.
Right.
Yeah, the borders of the African continent, like 99%, don't make a lick of sense. Not a lick of sense.
Right.
So when you look at these countries, you have to keep that, you have to understand that's what's going on. And so it just doesn't make any sense.
So what is? I mean, let me check something out here. I was trying to find something on the on Eritrea, right? Because they had at one point they had some conflicts with Yemen, some disagreements with Yemen. I don't know if they're historic disagreements that they just were trying to resolve, but from my I've heard some talk where it's kind of like Eritrea is kind of, they have their neighbor and they share ties with Ethiopia, even though they've been at war, over autonomy. They're their own state, they're their own nation, and they had that war and they resolved that war. That was a 30-year war, obviously, right? But they also kind of, feel pressed, like 5 million. It's only like something like 5 million. I don't want to. Let me see, because it changes over time. But let me Google that and see how many. Go back to that. I'm not trying to stick too long on this point about Eritrea, but I'm just curious about that because for some reason they seem to be very quiet. But let me look this up. Eritrea and Yemen. Let me see something here. They had a conflict. This conflict may have been resolved, but it was over the islands, Hanish, which is, I guess I better zoom in right here. Zoom in. Where is this at? Let's see. They share some islands here, right between them, and I don't even know if it comes up. Man, is it that small? Is it? Where is this island at? You know what? I better call it up. Hanish. Let's see here. Hanish Island conflict or Hanish Islands. Maybe it'll show up if I throw this in Google. real quick. Let me see. Anish Islands. Boom. Is that? Here we go. Okay, so let me zoom out a little bit. It comes up now. Okay, right there.
Okay.
Now they had some. Okay, so this is in the north, and this will be in the north. Is this in the north? No,
That would be
this
towards the south.
is still in the south.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's still in the south. So yeah, man. It seems almost like anything can happen. It seems almost like anything can happen right now, and it's kind of a precarious situation because it seems like the United States feels like it's under pressure in this region.
So the United States and the Zion Nazi regime in Israel have essentially been isolated because it's just the rest of the world has essentially agreed that what's happening in Palestine, Israel is wrong. And the only two states in the world, the only two states in the world, or maybe three states, who are going along with what's going on in Palestine, Israel, is the U.S., the U.K., and Israel, the Zionist state of Israel, the Zionist government in the state of Israel. So, look at what's going on in the International Court of Justice. You had the South Africans put on a most well-grafted prosecution of the Zionist state, and the reaction from the Zionists and the Americans has been comedy. Think of it in this regard. Somebody puts you on trial for murder, right? You're going to put on your best defense. But what if your best defense was to say, well, you know what? The prosecutor did not dot their I's and did not cross their T's. So you have to let me off. That's essentially what the Israelis have done. And then you have the United States government standing on the sideline, co-signing what is obviously genocide. And insulting our intelligence in the process by telling us that what we're seeing is not genocide. Don't believe your lying eyes. Don't believe your lying ears. Don't believe all these pictures that you see of babies having been blown up and missing limbs and all these dead women and children. Don't believe any of that. No, that's not genocide. That's self-defense. That's the state of Israel acting in self-defense. All of these dead children and all these dead women and all of these dead innocent civilians, that's not genocide. That's self-defense. That's what Biden and Blinken and all these people are asking you to believe. In fact, they're not asking, they're demanding that you believe it's nonsense.
It's true, man. It's true.
Okay?
It's insidious, man.
It is insidious. That's the right word. It's insidious that such a thing could happen, and people would just bold-faced lie and tell you what you see is not what you see. It's crazy.
Okay,
it's insane, crazy.
So, what do you think the options are for the U.S.? Let's say, for example, they back off of the Houthis, and the Houthis say they're not going to back off of these ships.
Well, see, here's the deal, right? And there's a guy, I don't know if you've heard of him before. His name is Scott Ritter. He's an excellent military analyst, right? And he has been giving his thoughts on the Middle East situation since it began. And he says that essentially the United States is a paper tiger. So what that means, we have this grand navy, right? But in his view, this grand navy of ours is for the most part useless. Like, we can use our military to enforce our law against people who live in caves or people who, don't have standing armies or people who are not near peers to us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, for instance, Iraq, Afghanistan, people who did not have standing armies, right? Or the Iraqis had a standing army, but we blew it up. But they didn't have like an air force. They weren't near peers. You follow what I'm saying? They didn't have military capability that approaches what we have.
Right.
So our military is effective in defeating those types of enemies.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have an enemy who is a near peer, then what? What do you do then?
Yes.
What does the United States military do then? Now, I'll tell you what would happen if the United States were to be dragged into a war, which is not a good idea, because even though we have this grand navy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're good for dropping bombs. But what happens when you actually have to put boots on the ground? Then what? Because at that point, and when you want to conquer an enemy, air forces do not conquer enemies. They don't. You have to put boots on the ground. That's what conquers an enemy. No. You have to put boots on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, they blew up and they really sold us a bunch of snake oil, and it was for the most part smoke and mirrors with these military attacks, these bombings that happen in Yemen, because a lot of this stuff, mind you, Yemen has been going through a civil war for like,
right.
I don't know, the last 10 years or whatever, right? And the particular faction that we are in conflict with is the faction that has been fighting against the northern, I think the northern Yemeni, who have been backed by the Saudis. So in a sense, essentially, these are the people who we have been at war with for some years now. So it wasn't the U.S. Bombing these people. Prior to, it was the Saudis. So these people had been bombed before, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They had been bombed using American weapons, only it wasn't us, it was the Saudis.
Yeah.
So these people have been battle hardened. They know what to expect. They've been fighting this war. The Yemenis and I believe these are the southern Yemenis, I believe.
Yeah.
They've been fighting a war against an opponent who has American military power. So what we did is we went and largely bombed installations that had already been bombed.
Mm-hmm.
Basically to send a message and to prove a point. But at the end of the day, you can drop as many bombs as you want, just like what the Israelis have done in Gaza. But until you put boots on the ground, it doesn't matter much. And I hope it never comes to this, but if Biden were dumb enough to actually put boots on the ground in Yemen, what would happen is the same thing that's happening to the Israelis when they marched into Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
The people of Palestine sent them home in body bags. And that's the reason why this whole invasion of Gaza has slowed down, basically has stopped, and the Israelis are pulling out because the Palestinians were sending them home in body bags. And you have to understand that there's just a difference in culture. Whereas the Palestinians are people who have nothing to lose and are ready to die. The Israelis, on the other hand, not so much. Mind you, the IDF is made up of people who work regular jobs.
Mm-hmm.
These are not professional soldiers, okay? these are what's the term I'm looking for? When you go to the military 2 weekends out of the year, what do you call them? They're conscripts, not conscripts. They're
Recruits.
Yeah, no, there's another term.
Okay.
There's another term when you are not a full-time soldier.
Reservists.
They're reservists.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
So these are people who work regular jobs, okay, 9 to 5, just like everyone else, who have been called up to serve in the military. This is the IDF. But on the other hand, you have Hamas, who are full-time soldiers, mercenaries. This is what they do. This is what they were born into. All right?
Mm-hmm.
So when these forces clash on a level playing field, and the playing field was never level because the IDF has they have these tanks, they have air support, they have all these things, but they still have to bring ass, because in order to get ass, you have to bring ass. So they have to bring ass into the battlefield, and they were getting whooped, spanked, something terrible. Same thing would happen. The same thing would happen if Joe Biden were dumb enough to march an army into Yemen, which is why it would never happen, which is the reason why what the Yemenis are doing will continue. Simple fact of the matter is this, is that the U.S. empire is in decline. And what we are seeing in the Middle East is an indication of what we understand to be true. That is, the U.S. empire is in decline. So now, these oppressed people are saying enough. Mm-hmm. It's over. It's a wrap. So, not only are we going to fight you militarily, but we're going to hit you where it really hurts. We're going to hit you in the pocketbook. Right. We're going to shut down your business. So now what has happened? World trade. Now, instead of taking the shortcut through the Suez Canal, these various shipping industries have to sail all the way south around the Horn. Not around the Horn, around South Africa.
Yeah, and up the western coast.
Adding 2 weeks and hundreds of thousands of dollars to the cost of shipping. Insurance companies have said to shipping companies, if you go through the Red Sea, the insurance rates are going to be so high that you're just not going to, it's not feasible. You can't do it.
Mm-hmm. So do you think, so what are the options because to me, it seems like this might be where the standoff is going to be. Because, if the U.S. is on the decline, then why would they not fight right here, not prepared to have this fight?
So you have to ask yourself a question, right? My mentor used to say, you have to pick your battles.
Mm-hmm.
So what that means to me is you fight the fight that you know you can win. But the fight that you don't know you can win, you don't fight that fight. No. You fight the fight that you know you can win. And right now, the U.S. is in a no-win situation. Can't win. Because the U.S. just does not have the power and influence that it did years ago. It just doesn't. So, unless Biden wants to start World War III, which at the moment he's on the brink of doing, with all this foolishness he's doing, okay, in the Middle East. They're really on the brink.
Well,
but I'm scratching my head looking at this whole situation, thinking to myself, like, who's really in control of the White House? Because it doesn't seem to be Joe Biden. Mm-hmm. Honestly, I think that Benjamin Netanyahu is in control of the White House. Not only is he in control of the White House, he's in control of the whole of the U.S. government. That's what it looks like to me. Because these people are essentially rehearsing genocide against a whole group of people, and the United States government is bending over backwards to finance and arm these people to commit genocide. And there's no accountability. Zero. None.
Yeah, it's definitely it's been like that. No accountability so far.
Yep.
I mean, if you for the last, I mean that conflict with, like you said, Saudi Arabia has been at war with Yemen, and for some time now. And but let's go back to that war. I mean, there was some interesting events that occurred in the last conflict. I think that was like 10 years ago, right? In this region. I mean, I'm talking about involving Yemen, Saudi Arabia, and I think they say Eritrea had also the conflict at the same time.
So Eritrea and Ethiopia fought a war. I'm not exactly sure when, but it was some years ago. Yemen is actually technically still at war. It's still in the middle of a civil war, technically. But again, like I said, with the situation in Palestine, all of these
that's changed it. That was
right.
kind of an inopportunistic time for the U.S. for that to prelude this. That's not a good move. That wasn't good for the U.S. for the Palestinian conflict to be a prelude to the Yemen. Yeah, that's
and given the timing. It was especially bad for the U.S. considering what was going on in Ukraine and the effect that the Ukrainian war has had on not only this country, but the European states and NATO, which NATO probably won't exist in the next 10 years because it's been defeated. The Russians have beat it. It's beaten. It's done. It's over with. It's a wrap. And I still can't believe that Biden is still financing the Ukrainians when that war is essentially over. It's over. It's lost. It's not a question of if the Russians will win. The only question is what terms will the Russians dictate when they are ready to negotiate. But that war is over. It's a wrap.
Yeah, they will negotiate momentarily.
Right. So the Russians will negotiate when they're good and ready. But right now they're not ready. They still have more work they need to do. More land to liberate.
Yeah, I don't think myself. I don't see what the reasoning would be. I mean, if the U.S. pulls back, isn't that going to bring more trouble?
No.
No. Okay. Why not?
Because the United States is largely the reason why there is so much confusion in the Middle East today.
No, I mean, wouldn't that bring more trouble to the Western economy?
So what's going to happen is
trade and these kind of things, right?
Yeah. So right. So the rest of the world is essentially aligning itself where the American influence will be diminished financially. You have the BRICS movement, for instance, right? Which countries that are getting together who have decided that we're not going to use the dollar as our fiat currency. We're going to have our own currency. So that way, when the Americans want to bully and gangster us, they can't do that using finance, because that's what's been happening, right? Since the dollar is the fiat currency in the world, and in order to do business on the world stage. Up until recently, you had to do business using the dollar. So that means you have to dance to whatever tune the United States government sets. Why? Because you have to do business with American currency.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But now that's going forward, that's not going to be the case. And so the reason why you see these conflicts breaking out is because, the American superpower realizes its decline and is trying to impose its will using other means.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But it's just a matter of time. Now, to answer your question, what does it mean for the economy? What it means is that there's going to be more, what's what I'm looking for? The playing field will be leveled. Whereas for years and years, for decades, things have been heavily, the playing field has been tipped in our favor, where the rest of the world was behind the 8 ball, trying to catch up. But now it's going to be a level playing field. Like, for instance, you have countries in Africa. Africa is rich in natural resources, but you have to ask yourself a question: how can these countries that are rich in natural resources be so poor? How is that possible? Well, that's because of the colonialism that's practiced by the West, the U.S. in particular. They go into these countries, rape the resources, and leave the people with next to nothing. So what you see happening now is that the world is saying enough. African countries are saying no. African resources are going to benefit African people and not others. That's what's happening now. Okay?
Do you think that Africans will be in favor of the U.S. pulling out of that region? Let's say Ethiopia, Somalia, right? And I'm not just saying them, but let's just say for example, since we're looking at that area, and Sudan, right? There's a conflict in Sudan right now.
Yeah.
I mean, that conflict is still ongoing.
There's a brother, a South African brother. He's a revolutionary, and at the moment I can't remember his name, but he's always wearing a beret, and he's very popular in South Africa, and he's basically he's like the leader of this movement to decolonize South Africa. So what that means is, like, all of the land that was stolen from South Africans by the colonialists, his position is that land needs to be given back to South Africans. So to answer your question, yes, Africans are ready for the Americans to leave. They're ready for the French to leave. They're ready for the Germans to leave. They're ready for the Dutch to leave. They're ready for the British to leave. They're ready for all of them to just get out, go, goodbye. Yes, they are. And that's true for, like, the rest of the world. People in the Middle East are ready for the Americans and the British to go. Get out. They want them out. That's the reason why they're fighting this war, because they want, you have to understand, the state of Israel is essentially an American colony in the middle of the Arab world. And it's stuck out like a sore thumb for the last, ever since it was invented in 1948. And so now the people are saying enough is enough. You've had your time. We want our land back. You got to go. And that's what's happening.
I'm curious about this, man. I have a I'm just curious about this, man, because it seems like for me, like, obviously the U.S. has had great influence, and not just the U.S., but the NATO has had great influence in that region, right? Sudan, Ethiopia, Somalia. Well, really, Sudan and Somalia largely. South Sudan also. I mean, this is like it's almost like a world war anyway happening, right? I mean, because if it's
So,
not NATO supplying weapons, then it's what, China in that region?
So it's world war by proxy, because you
Yeah.
have people like the Russians, the Iranians, the Chinese, who are financing and supplying one side, and then you have the West, the Western countries, who are financing and supplying the other.
Mm-hmm.
So the world power has been playing this game for a long time. So this is nothing new. Now what's new is the scale, because honestly, things are to the point where, I mean, it's looking a lot like what things were before, immediately running up to World War II. You had a bunch of confusion going on, which you have now.
Right.
Wars in multiple places, and it's with no end in sight, and people are doubling down on that nonsense. I mean, this whole Palestinian thing, it's a no-brainer. I mean,
Right.
seriously, who can defend the action of the Israeli government? It's
Nobody,
indefensible.
because they were almost the catalyst. Well, I mean, I don't want to. The reason why I don't want to say that, I'll take that back. Even though that I can easily see many people will say they were the catalyst for what happened with regarding Hamas attacking, and obviously they were, because you can't have an apartheid state there, and you damn sure can't have it there for decades. So I mean, something was going to give, right? But the U.S. could have put more pressure on them some time ago, a long time ago.
Well, yeah, no question.
Actually, because I mean, it seems like, because let's go back here before I run this thing in Sudan, man. Sudan is just on fire right now. North and the South is actually, they're picking up arms too, I think, to aid in the North. Did you hear about that?
No, I didn't hear anything about that. Nope.
Yeah, man. The Southern, there's something going on in Sudan, man. That's very strange.
So what I do know is that there's been a civil war essentially going on in Sudan for a long time, and the country actually broke in half.
Mm-hmm.
So you have the northern Sudanese and you have the southern Sudanese.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But the conflict in Palestine has, a lot of these, different quarrels that's been going on in that part of the world have essentially slowed down or stopped to address the problem in Palestine. Because, like I said, the world is united. Like, people who have been bitter rivals on this issue, they agree and are ready to take action.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody pointed out the brother's name, the South African brother I was talking about, Julius Malema.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah. So just check out what he has to say. Brother makes some very interesting points, and essentially is challenging Africans to throw off the chains of colonialism and Africa for Africans, which in my mind is common sense. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's common sense. Africa for Africans.
Right.
Because, for the last 500 years, that hasn't been the case. And Africans have suffered. You live on the richest continent on earth, but you're poor. Make it make sense.
Mm-hmm. Is it? What was it? A month ago? What speech are you talking about with Malema?
Oh, just just any of his speeches, just randomly, just any one of his speeches, because his message is the same. Basically, he's preaching Africa for Africans.
Hold on, let me throw it on right now. Let me see here. Let's change it up. I mean, okay, before I put it on that one, but so what is Israel going to do? If Israel, I mean, what do you think their situation is going to look like if, per se, the U.S. pulls out of that region? Or the U.S. will have to be on the forefront of some sort of peace treaty again, right?
Well, so here's what I think is going to happen. Now, the United States, now you have to put things in their proper context. Israel is a state, and I use that term loosely because it's not really. Because a state should be able to stand on its own 2 feet. However, the state of Israel, the quote-unquote state of Israel, depends heavily on welfare from the United States to the tune of like $3 billion a year. Take that away, and the state of Israel, the quote-unquote state of Israel, would cease to exist.
Exactly.
Yeah, it would be no more. Okay, see, those are American tanks, American jets, American bombs, financed with American money. That's how they're able to wage war. Take that away, they lose their ability to wage war. And the quote-unquote state of Israel would cease to exist. It's not a state, it's a colony.
So what do you think Israel, what do you think they will do?
So as long as the money and the weapons are flowing, they're going to do what they've been doing. You have to understand, the government of the state of Israel is Nazi Germany reincarnated, and I am not exaggerating. It's not cap. That's not me embellishing. Literally, that's who they are. That's how they act. That's how they think. Just listen to what they have to say. And you would think that you were listening to Adolf Hitler speech.
Yeah.
Okay, they're talking about nuking people and eliminating the Palestinians, and just look at what they've done. So as long as they continue to be financed by the United States, and as long as they are on the receiving end of U.S. weapons, and basically the United States blessing to commit genocide, that's what they're going to do. And they're going to continue that until they're made to stop.
If the U.S. decided it wanted to obliterate Yemen, what could they do about it?
So they could. So the problem is that
on the story of genocide, since we talk about genocide, I mean, because look, how else are they going to hold on to that?
Yeah,
and that's
so
what I'm trying to figure out, like what Eritrea's position is on it. Maybe Djibouti also, Somalia, like I guess that's Somaliland in the north, right, of Somalia.
I think Somaliland is in the south. No, so Somaliland is actually the south of Ethiopia.
Hold on, let me see here. Yeah, south of no. Somali.
So you have Somalia, but then you also, again, these borders don't make any sense because Somaliland, if I'm not mistaken, is actually the south of Ethiopia. Now I could be wrong, but I believe that's what it is.
It's hold on, let me see here. Hold on. Hold on. You know what? I'm gonna pull up another map real quick. Sorry about that.
No worries.
I thought it was in the north Somaliland, because damn, I got some friends that's from there. Let me see here. Yeah, this is in the north, brother. Burko. So let me go to Burko here. Let me see here. Burko, Somalia. Right. Boom. You see that? It is. Somaliland is in the north, brother. It's here. It's this. Somaliland is like this region here. It's this area. Something like that. This is Somaliland. I don't know why it didn't come up when I typed it in here. Somaliland, Somalia. How come it doesn't? Like, all right. me pull up a different map. Sorry.
But what I do know about Somalia is that Somalia is essentially a failed state.
Yeah, Somalia, it's split because Somaliland's not part of Somalia anymore, even though it is technically, but they're functioning on their own.
Right.
They're autonomous, essentially, right? Let me pull this map up real quick. Let me see here. Actually, this region right here is very complex.
It is. Yes, it is.
It's let me just put that one over here and replace it. Let's see here. Somaliland, Republic of Somaliland. And do they have a map? Boom. You see that?
Yep.
That's Somaliland. So that's to the south of Yemen. You see that right here? I guess if I blow it up here, that would be here. So if we go back to this map, right? And then we pull out, you see? Boom. That's this, man. That's this.
Yep.
This is Somaliland, this whole thing right here. The Gulf of Aden is Somaliland, essentially.
Right.
Like this. And then you have Djibouti and Eritrea, right? I mean, so do you think they give a damn what happens to Yemen?
What was the question?
Oh, I'm sorry. And that maybe that wasn't the right question to ask. Do you think they're I gotta ask that differently. I'm sorry, man, because that just sounds so it doesn't even have to be like, do they give a damn about Yemen? But in terms of survival, I mean, are they friendly with Yemen?
Honestly, I don't know.
Eritrea, Djibouti, and Somalia, are they?
I know that
they don't want the U.S. in their country. Obviously, a lot of Eritreans, a lot of Somalis, they don't want that. But the problem is that, it's actually. Let me look at one other thing real quick.
But what I do know is that southern Yemen and that northern part of Somalia, and that area where Yemen seems to touch the African continent, that those people
that's Djibouti,
share. Yeah, those people have some cultural and genetic connection.
Yeah, you would think so. They do.
Yeah,
but
there's their relationships.
Cultural, man.
Yeah, there are some relationships that go back thousands of years.
Look at this, brother. I'm gonna pull this up real quick. Let me see here. Oh, I gotta go over to this one. Look at this. I'm glad you up here today to fight doctor, because this is kind of like your lane. Actually, oops, I pulled up the wrong one. Sorry, I pulled up the wrong map. I need to go over here. Let me see here. No, was it this one? Right. Look at this.
Yeah.
This is a lot of, man. Let me see something. It's primarily agriculture. Yep. Ships to Djibouti, Ethiopia. Okay, well, here we go. Look, see, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Oman. Yeah.
So whenever you see Western countries in Africa, it's generally to exploit the resources, which I'm sure is what's going on here. Because I promise you, there ain't much development going on in Somalia. There ain't much development going on at all.
Femi, you there? I think Femi just hopped up. Can you hear us?
I'm here. Okay. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Peace and blessings, brother.
I'll be very. I'll be.
Is
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. No. Go ahead, Femi. Oh, maybe his is
His
he
mic is looks like he's muted.
you there, Femi? Oh, sorry.
I just said peace. I just
Sorry. Go ahead, man.
all I said was just peace to everybody. That's it.
Oh, peace. Yeah. But
Peace and blessings to you, brother.
What are your thoughts about this? What are your thoughts about what we were just discussing here? Like between Yemen, Somalia, Djibouti. Like, I follow you, Fight Doctor. I mean, historically, they do have ties, but I mean, I'm not too sure these. You know, I'm curious about that one. If they're really interested in siding with Yemen, or I'm just curious, man. I'm curious about that. It's really hard to tell because at times you could say, right now they're trading, right? They
Right.
trade. They trade with Saudi Arabia. They trade with Oman. I mean, obviously they're not trading with Yemen, and that has something to do with the West, right? Obviously, there's some sort of, that's just a no-no. Don't trade with Yemen, right? And you could trade with others.
Right.
But let me see. Let me look up one other thing.
So that goes back to the point that I was making earlier about how the West, how the United States uses economics, uses the dollar as a weapon against these third world countries. So in order to do business with us, you have to not do business with who we say you can't do business with.
Yeah. I got to find some news on what Eritrea is doing, because Eritrea has a pretty big army, for the size.
Yeah,
And,
but so now
Ethiopia- go ahead.
from what I understand, there's a new conflict that's about to break out between Eritrea and Ethiopia.
That too, man.
Yeah.
It's really difficult to understand this region because on one hand they're brothers and sisters, but on the other hand, when it comes to certain types of issues, they're not.
Well, so Ethiopia, Eritrea, Djibouti, Somalia is really Africa in a microcosm. Because when you look at Ethiopia, it's not like everyone there is Ethiopian.
Right.
They
They're
are,
Somali.
but at the same time, they're not.
Oh, this shit is
Because
Somalia right here to the east.
within Ethiopia, you have a lot of different ethnic groups.
Mm-hmm.
And they all have their own agenda. They all speak a different language, and they all have a different worldview. So, sometimes it's sort of like herding cats when you're talking about like Ethiopia. It's not, it's not like, they all share the same national identity, because they don't. I mean, it's in parts of Africa, it's different than like here. Like in America, you could be from New York, Chicago, LA. The guy in New York, he can identify with the guy in LA as an American, right?
Mm-hmm.
They both consider themselves American. Guy who lives in Chicago, he can identify with the guy in New York and the guy in LA as an American. Mm-hmm. But when you're Ethiopian, you have, the Afar, I'm trying to think of some other ethnic groups who are in Ethiopia. You have these different ethnic groups who don't identify with each other. And like this concept of Ethiopian, like, oh, well, okay, well, I live here, but that don't mean I identify with you based on the fact that we all live here.
Mm-hmm.
You follow what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That's kind of sort of how it works over there.
Mm-hmm. That's gonna get put on our tombstone after we go extinct. Here lies black people, Africans all over the damn world, extinct because they all had issues with each other, and it was just too much for them to put up with in order to actually put up a fight when people came to wipe their asses out. Can't fight them because, you know, I don't like the color you wear. I don't like your shoes. I don't like how you talk. And
Yep. So the brother
like
is right.
These are still acting like it was 500 years ago.
But that's what I was getting at. But that's what I meant. That's what I was asking. It's like, do you think these Africans? I mean, look at what's going on in Sudan. Like Sudan is split. Sudan is first of all, it's split from north to south, and then in the north it's split, and in the south it's split. Well, the south is the Noor and the Dinka. They're split, right? The north, it's black Arabs, and it's two different groups of, you know, black and brown Arabs, you could say, right? And all four of these groups are in a conflict with their counterpart.
Yeah. Yeah. So in Sudan, you have the Arabized Negroes, the self-hating Arabized Negroes. And I hate to call them that, but that's what they are. Okay, they convince themselves they're Arabs, and they hate on other Africans who are not Arabized like them. Which is the reason why the country had to split in two, because you have the Arabized Negroes in the north subjugating and oppressing the traditional black Africans, or the Africans who practice a traditional African culture in the south.
Yeah, man. It's
some of them people in the South are Christians also. It's what's going on. There's a racial thing that them in Sudan, which is the north or whatever. They're like when you look at them, you see they don't look the same as the ones in the South. They're like a mixed group of people,
right?
And they hate black people.
And then ironically enough, the Dinka has been like, they're black and the Noor are black, and the Dinka been kicking the Noor's ass ever since the treaty was made. Ever since the South Sudan was created, they just shift enemies now, you know.
And that's why they keep getting their butts whipped, just like pretty much all black people everywhere. Too busy fighting with each other to put up a united front where it counts.
But do you think Eritrea would be interested in? I mean, you know, trade is one thing, but when it comes to war, do you think Somalia and Eritrea would be interested in the U.S. pulling out? I mean, it sounds like a stupid question, but again, I'm just asking it because I've seen this has changed in history. At one point, Eritrea was fine with the U.S. At another point, they were totally not. You know, obviously, once they got the country, once they got it, you know, they was like, you know, they wanted, you know, you have to kind of have. It's not that the U.S. wanted Eritrea to exist. I'm not saying it that way, but in some kind of way, they had, I guess it was at the end of World War II. The United States and Britain was there, right? That's essentially what got the Nazis out, right? So
right.
And
the Italians were heavy in that part of Africa.
Yeah, the Italians, right. And so the British and the Americans came, and they helped them, you know, essentially get them the hell out of there. But then that's where the next war began between Ethiopia and the Eritreans, right? Over, you know, they didn't want to be under Ethiopia, essentially. But that's back then. Now it's a new day, essentially. But see, to me, it's very interesting what's going on here, because at the same time, you got Egypt saying that they're interested in having a conflict over the Nile, right? I mean, you have almost like this dynamic going on I'm not too sure about I'm not, I'm starting to think that I don't believe the United States is going to leave that area, man. I don't think
Well, they're gonna get pushed out at some
Arabia,
point.
right? Yeah, but that would be the goal, right? But I mean, for not just Iran, but that would be the goal for many. A lot of people don't. They would, obviously Iran would definitely like the U.S. to leave Arabia. Simple and plain. That they desperately need that, essentially, and why not? Because they're damn near surrounded, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like they can't, I mean, they're isolated. They're under sanctions. The trade waters are controlled by the U.S. The U.S. is making military or getting alliances on military pacts in Arabia. Like we pulled up that. Let me see something. There's a military pact there. Military pact. Saudi Arabia, Israel, and I guess it's United Arab Emirates. Is that United Arab Emirates, UAE? Isn't that right?
So
Right.
the United States has military bases in the UAE and in Saudi Arabia. So, in essence, the United States defends those countries.
Right. And they want to get out of there, but they have a trade pact and a military pact that they're trying to implement, and they go hand in hand. And the military pact is is supposed to be in agreement with Israel. Who else did you say? Is it a United Arab Emirates?
The UAE,
Right?
yeah. So there are military bases in all three of those countries.
And Saudi Arabia, right? And so to protect the trade routes, they wanted to support those countries by helping them by giving them more upgrade weaponry.
Right.
By upgrading the weaponry, giving them airplanes also. Like they have a long list of things that they were going to give them, but this Israeli conflict kind of has messed that up a little bit. Right?
So, yeah. So what was happening is that the Israeli state was in the process of normalizing relations with basically all of the Arab countries in the Middle East, or most of them. So Egypt, Jordan, relations have been normalized with those two countries. And now Saudi Arabia, which the Israelis and the Saudis were basically at the doorstep of normalizing relations at the time this attack happened October 7th, which threw a monkey wrench in that game plan. So the idea was that the Palestinian question would never be answered above and beyond what it is or what it was.
Iran didn't want the trade pact to go through. They don't want the trade deal, and they don't want the security deal to go through.
Right, exactly. Because so there was talk of certain Arab countries becoming trading partners with Israel, and there was supposedly a pipeline that was supposed to go through Israel, and it would come through Saudi Arabia into Israel and out to the Mediterranean. All this business that was supposed to happen to benefit the West, largely aided by the normalization of ties between Israel and its Arab neighbors.
Right.
And I think the Saudi piece of it was like the final piece. And October 6th threw a monkey wrench in that whole program. So now all of this business, these pipelines and all this trade that's supposed to happen is probably not going to happen now because of the Palestinian question.
Yeah. What you think about that, Afemi?
I mean, it wasn't. I understand what he's saying. I wouldn't put it as October 7th through the monkey wrench in it. It's been
Why would
how
you?
Israel.
Oh, right, because you don't
carrying
agree that the Houthis did that for Iran to stop that. You don't agree, but that's a theory. That's a theory. The trade deal. I mean, even though it's real, but it's also the theory that Iran wanted the Houthis to attack to stop the deal. That it's not really about the Palestinians. It's about the trade and the militarization.
I have no idea why the Houthis are doing it, except for what they say. You know, who knows?
Oh, I said Hamas. I'm sorry.
I know that
Hamas. Yeah, Hamas.
I know
I'm
that
sorry.
international law says that. I know international law says that committing genocide is illegal, and that other countries that have the ability to, they have a legal obligation to try to stop it.
True.
So they claim that that's what they're trying to do, is to stop what Israel is doing to the Palestinians, and that's not illegal.
That's not
That's
illegal.
actually what you're supposed to do.
Right. Yeah, the two are running parallel with each other, essentially, right? Or at odds with each other. They're on the same timeline, essentially.
And what South Africa is doing is also trying to stop it, and that's exactly what you're supposed to do according to international law.
True. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So it just by coincidence stops it. But I'm not saying it's not right, because it doesn't. Be damned. You know, the human rights are supposed to come first, right? Especially for a democratic society, democratic nations, right? I mean,
So the United States is not a democratic nation. Never has been.
This really like all of them folks who think that U.S. has changed, or white folks in the United States have changed and whatnot, because there's some people who think like that. Here you go. I always say I know who I'm dealing with by who they honor. Usually I'm talking about history, who they honor in history. But right now is a perfect example. You could say who and what they honor, because obviously they honor genocide. Right now, out in the open, you've never had such a I want to say covered, but not by mainstream media. You'd have to look elsewhere. But this is like the most well-covered genocide that you've ever had in history, like while it's happening.
Right.
Like Israelis are committing genocide in like 4K. And these leaders in the US and whatnot are acting like they don't see it. Like, what? What y'all talking about? They're doing the same thing that they did back in the day. You know what I'm saying? They're just making sure that they don't put the other side of the story and whatnot in their media. It's a total just blackout. The only people that's allowed on media is people who are going to say Israel has a right to defend itself and all that type of stuff.
Yeah. Look at this.
Just like when they try to talk about, they try to tell you that you can't put your standards today on the enslavers in the past in the U.S. and whatnot. When you try to say that slavery was wrong and they should have been doing this and so on and so forth, that's what they go to, is you can't say that because that's not how people thought back then. And I'm like, I'm not trying to put my standard on them people back then. I'm using the standard back then. There were people back then who thought that it was wrong. There were people back then who protested against it. It's just that they muted those people, just like they're muting people today. And then later on, when you have like, what do they call it? Hindsight is 2020. even though the whole world sees it right now, it's 2020, but they're gonna have to face in the future that this was wrong. But you know, they're gonna say, well, we didn't know that. You're like, nobody said anything. That's the whole purpose of just totally just shutting down media so that they can go ahead and do what they want to do in peace and later claim that they didn't know.
Mm-hmm. I think you're right, though, Fight Doctor. It's really suspicious. There's not a lot of news about what Eritrea's position is on this. You know anything about that, Femi?
Nah.
I'm curious about that. Yeah, because, you know, that's really weird. This, what is this? How Yemen war provided unexpected boost to Eritrea and Somaliland. You know why? Because I don't know. It could be just a strange dynamic of, you know, you can't keep your foot on too many people at one time. You know what I mean? And Eritrea
Right.
seems to be benefiting, you know? I don't know if that's what they... Let me read this article, man. I need to find another. What's this publication? Middle East. Yeah, this is a Eritrean paper right here, dude. As a matter of fact, isn't that this last part? This is East Este. I think that's Eritrean. But this is somebody else writing. This is Christopher Phillips. Let me go back here. Let me do this. Let me see something. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna leave this here and then I'm gonna say, does Eritrea benefit from the Yemen crises? Yemen's tragedy, war, stalemate, suffering. No. Eritrea may play a role in anti-Houthi campaign. I mean, I don't know if Eritrea is pro-Houthi, brothers.
No, they're probably not. But I mean, who's to say? But what I do know,
because it
suspect,
may not matter, right? It could change at any time anyway, according to the day of the week, right?
I suspect that the people of Eritrea are pro-Palestinian.
Yeah. Whoa, brother. Check that one out. I don't think so. That's what's really odd too. But yeah, that's something strange. Is Eritrea?
I think most Muslims are going to be pro-Palestinians.
You know, after that,
most.
Look, the Eritrean government does not recognize Palestine, and you know it's because during that Eritrean war, a lot of Eritreans had to go to Israel, and that was during that Israel was already at war, right? But you know, because the majority of Eritreans are Christians, they didn't mess with the Eritreans at that time. They didn't have, it was actually, you know, they recognized them as being, you know, something else than their enemy, essentially. But let me put that up on the screen because I don't want to block it. I'm sorry about that. I'm just, you know, it's actually this. See, I'm just curious about this because Femi, I agree with you. And Fight Doctor, I agree with you, of course, because that's the main consensus on what's going on. That's really what's happening. You know, this is like you said, Femi, it is about human rights, and the world is in an uproar over it. And you said that too, Fight Doctor, right? The world is in an uproar like it's never been over this Palestinian thing. But politics, man. Politics is a heavy game, bro. Additionally, The Eritrean government does not recognize Palestine. Eritrea has an embassy in Tel Aviv, but does not currently have a permanent ambassador. A temporary appointee fills the role with a small staff. The Israeli embassy in Asmara was closed in July. Okay, I wonder what that has something to do with. Okay.
I would say maybe they should consider that Beta Israel, that group of Ethiopians that Israel took into, they were airlifting them into Israel in the 80s secretly. Those people, their population in Israel has halved because Israel was giving them injections telling them that it was for the flu.
Yeah,
it was to make them sterile.
It's sickening.
I would say that to the Eritreans, but it probably won't matter because they probably got beef with the Ethiopians. So there you go.
Okay, I got my answer, bro. I was trying to figure this out. What is Eritrea's position on that Palestinian war?
So now the question needs to be asked: this position is the position of the government, or is this the feeling of the populace? Because I suspect there's going to be two different, the two different energies. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say that the president or whoever rules Eritrea is propped up by the West.
He hates NATO, man. Isaiah Afwerki, man, he hates NATO. But this is where I'm saying where it gets kind of tricky because although he does not like NATO, he wished NATO was stop meddling. Or at least that's what they say.
Yeah,
and he was very on as far as very pro-Russian. In fact, I'm almost even. I think he was maybe trained in Russia before that conflict. Let me see. Did Isaiah Afwerki get military? Oh, I think it may have been via Ethiopia at that time because the Russians were there too. Military training in Russia, or was it by the Russians? Okay, let me see here. Among the first group that went to China in 1976, it's the communists, right? It's communist China. Okay, that's what that is. So yeah, so I guess that's why they're essentially like a Marxist country, Not to call it that. I don't want to make it sound I don't want to demonize it because it is precarious. You know what I mean? Like sometimes those words don't really apply. They get called that, but that might not be the case.
Yeah. So sometimes those terms are thrown around as if they're bad words, and most of the time they don't really apply.
Yeah, I don't want to demonize him, but people are getting tired of him. He's been in power for a long time, but I don't myself have an issue with him. I don't think people have an issue with him. They supported him for a long time, but it's just the issue of they want elections, quote unquote. They want to see somebody else have a chance, but what are the realities of that? I mean, how easy is that? But they say here, Eritrean politician and partisan who has been the president of Eritrea since shortly after he led the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, Shabia. Marxist.
Well, here's my question: where was he educated?
That's a good question. Well, you mean militarily?
No. Like, where did he go to college?
Let me see.
Like, where did he receive? Like, where did he receive his formal education?
Okay, let me go here. Let me say this says education. Does it say here? This is the country. Okay, let me Google that real quick too. I hate using Google too, man, because sometimes where did Isaiah Afwerki go to school? Let's see here. They might say that. He went to he went to school and it said attended Prince Maconan High School, PMS. Oh, that's high school, damn. That's high school, sorry. In early 1960s, he joined the Nationalist Eritrean Student Movement. He began his studies. Okay, that's to the right. No, he began his studies. Let me read this. Damn, that's right there. Where does it say? Early life. Okay, here we go. Y'all can see that? No, sorry. Here we go. Early life. Right, here it is. He began College of Engineering, Holly. Yeah, it was in Addis Ababa. But I think that's at the time where the there was a Marxist leader there, right? I believe, running Ethiopia. But it says in 1967, the Chinese government donated light weapons. Damn. I didn't know that. I thought they stole most of their weapons from the Ethiopians. I thought they, like doing some different groups just turned on the government. That's what, maybe it was both of those things, but he went to school in Ethiopia, brother.
Okay.
At the time, what was Ethiopia at that time, right? Haile Selassie University in Addis Ababa. Okay. University, okay. In September, university traveled to Kassala, Sudan, right? Oh, okay. He left university via Asmara. Okay. And then he started that in Sudan, the Liberation Front. Right. Okay. I'm curious about this, but let me go back to this article here real quick that we had and see what they say. I mean, not the article. It was is it this one? Let me see something here. I'll play this real quick and see what this is about.
Hello there, welcome to my views and news. Firstly, a good news for Ethiopian government. While the two countries have rejected any talks with Ethiopian government about Ethiopian PM Abiy's statement regarding the need for Ethiopia to have access to the Red Sea, a third country is making an offer to Ethiopia, waiting for response from Ethiopian government. Secondly, Eritrea today took a position about Israel-Palestine war on the 7th of October. This war broke out. Since then, we have been waiting for official position of Eritrean government. Ethiopian government too. Ethiopia largely silent. Eritrea spoke today. After almost 2 weeks, it has issued a statement after around 12 days of the start of war. The statement has come. Is Eritrea taking a pro-Palestine position or is it taking a neutral position? Let's start with a new story about Ethiopian PM's recent speech when he tried to prove that Ethiopia has a natural right to have access to the Red Sea. And since then, we have been seeing effect of that statement by the Prime Minister. We saw that Eritrea responded. PM Abiy's 45-minute long talk was mainly focused at Eritrea. Without naming Eritrea, it tried to prove that Ethiopia has a right to gain access to the Red Sea through Eritrea. He offered dialogue. He offered to give shares in Ethiopian entities, land as well to Eritrea, to the countries, if a port is given to Ethiopia. Eritrea responded with a brief statement saying that no talks. And before the official statement, we saw some tweets from an Eritrean ambassador, tweets about territorial integrity and sovereignty of Eritrea. So Eritrea saw PM Abiy's statement as an attack on Eritrean national integrity, territorial integrity and sovereignty. Eritrea rejected talks with Ethiopia. It did not make any offer of talks to Ethiopia. Then came statement from Somalia. Somalia playing the second fiddle to Eritrea these days, because Eritrea is training, Eritrea is hosting Somalia's military. Somalia's State Minister for Foreign Affairs said that Somalia's territorial integrity and sovereignty was not open to discussions. So Somalia also said no. But a third country is ready to give access to the Red Sea to Ethiopia. Which third country? Djibouti. Djibouti has confirmed that it is ready to talk to Ethiopia. Djibouti's senior advisor to the Djibouti's president Ismail Omar Goele contacted Bloomberg, or Bloomberg contacted Ismail Omar. Ismail Omar's advisor, his name is Alexis Mohammed. Bloomberg inquired about Djibouti's position regarding PM Abiy's recent speech, 45-minute long speech. Interestingly, Alexis Mohammed was very flexible. He did not talk about Djibouti's territorial integrity and sovereignty. Somalia did, but Djibouti's senior advisor to the president said that what PM Abiy is saying, it's a long-standing position of the Prime Minister and Ethiopia. But now it is being expressed more assertively. Djibouti is already hosting Ethiopian naval forces. Djibouti is ready to cooperate with Ethiopia to give access to Ethiopia to the Red Sea. And Djibouti would patiently wait for Ethiopia to come up with a proper, peaceful plan about how to gain access to the Red Sea through Djibouti. Djibouti is clearly offering Ethiopia that talk to us. We are ready. By the way, Djibouti is hosting several foreign military bases. Djibouti is already handling Ethiopian imports and exports. More than 90% of Ethiopian imports and exports are handled by Djibouti's port. Djibouti relies on the port fees. If Ethiopia chooses a new port, like port in Eritrea, port in Kenya, port in Somaliland, Djibouti's economy would be, suffer a damage. Djibouti is ready. Now, it will be interesting to see Ethiopian government's response. If Ethiopian government is only interested in gaining access to the Red Sea, it would negotiate with Djibouti. But if it wants to reclaim its ownership or its rights over a support, then obviously it will keep on putting pressure upon Eritrea. And when PM Abiy spoke 4 to 5 days ago, much of his talk focused on Eritrea. He tried to prove that ethnically, geographically, according to international law, Ethiopia has a natural right to gain access to the Red Sea through Eritrea. He did not say it through Eritrea, but that is what we understood listening to him. Djibouti is ready to help Ethiopia. Is Ethiopia ready to talk to Djibouti, or does it want access to the Red Sea through Eritrea? That remains to be seen. Djibouti should be a little worried too, because if all Ethiopian imports, exports are handled by other countries, Djibouti will lose a big source of revenue. Secondly, Eritrea today took its first position about the war in the Middle East. It was the 7th of October when Hamas fighters entered Israel-controlled settlements to the east and north of Gaza. They killed hundreds of Israeli civilian soldiers. They attacked 2 military bases, and then came response from Israel. Israel then indiscriminately bombarded Gaza. around 2,000 killed in Gaza alone in airstrikes so far. And since the start of this war, we saw that Ethiopian Eritrean governments have remained silent. African Union issued a statement calling for two-state solution, taking a pro-Palestine position. Ethiopia was told to condemn Ethiopian Eritrean in Gaza alone in airstrikes so far. And since the start of this war, we saw that Ethiopian Eritrean governments have remained silent. African Union issued a statement calling for two-state solution, taking a pro-Palestine position. Ethiopia was told to condemn attacks by Israeli ambassador to Ethiopia. He asked Ethiopia to condemn attacks by Hamas on Israelis. Ethiopia did not condemn attacks. Eritrea was silent, and today Eritrean Information Ministry issued a statement. The ministry's statement is about Israel-Palestine war. So what is Eritrea saying? And we know that Brigade Nehamido, opposition Eritrean groups are supporting Israeli people. They are part of relief operations in Israel, collecting money, collecting items of use for displaced and for Israeli military as well. And that is why these Brigade Nehamido members who were in custody, some of them have been released from custody. They were arrested after clashes between pro-Eritrean government and opposition groups in Tel Aviv more than a month ago. Eritrean government said that so far around 4,000 have been killed on both sides and more than 10,000 injured. And this war could turn into a major regional conflict. But those who have been preaching about protection of human rights across the world, who have been preaching for protection of human rights in other conflicts of the world, are violating human rights. They're not pressing for announcement of ceasefire. At a UN Security Council meeting, Russia proposed humanitarian ceasefire, but that proposal was opposed by those who say they are champions of democracy and human rights. Obviously, Eritrea is talking about Western countries and US. These countries are not pressing for ceasefire. They want the conflict to continue. So, through this statement, Eritrea once again found an opportunity to criticize the West and US. Secondly, what about Israel and Palestine? Which country is in the right? Eritrea says Israel has a right to self-defense, but it should have responded proportionately. Defense, right? Found an opportunity to criticize the West and US. Secondly, what about Israel and Palestine? Which country is in the right? Eritrea says Israel has a right to self-defense, but it should have responded proportionately. Its response was not proportionate. It means that what Israel is doing is being rejected by Eritrea. And then Eritrea, the statement mentioned several other points like France and Britain tried to ban pro-Palestine protests. EU tried to ban material which would be anti-Israel.
It sounds to me like I'm gonna play it, but it sounds to me like they don't have a choice. It's like politics, man. If you were in that region, look at what Saudi Arabia is doing. Even Saudi Arabia is under pressure to make a statement, right? Because it's not a good look. It's definitely not a good look. You don't want to be on the wrong side of the masses in that region over this issue, and to have a larger conflict, a larger outbreak, you know. So let me ask you, Fight Doctor, do you think that's a political statement, or do you think, I mean, a political statement in the sense that they just want like they want to say what's right, but at the end of the day, they don't want to have much to do with it?
Yeah, so I just think that it's wildly unpopular to support the American and Israeli position right now. Like I said, the populaces of a lot of these countries are up in arms, especially in the Middle East, that part of the world. So I give you, for instance, we've seen the Secretary of State, the American Secretary of State. He has come over to the Middle East like 4 or 5 times in the last month. The reason why he keeps coming over here is so he can temperature check the governments of these various Middle Eastern countries: Jordan, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Egypt. He's taking temperature checks to see what's going on. Okay? Because what's about to happen in some of these countries is that the leaders are going to find themselves at the guillotine with their heads about to get chopped off. And Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, the governments are supported by the West. Behind Israel, Egypt is like one of the receives some of the most foreign aid from the United States. And so you have to understand the purpose of this foreign aid is to prop up these, in most cases, undemocratic countries. Egypt is not a democracy. Jordan is not a democracy. Neither is Saudi Arabia. None of these countries are democracies. And yet the governments of these countries receive billions of dollars in foreign aid from the United States. Why? To keep the peace. Okay? Right. Or I take that back. To keep the people subjugated.
To keep the status quo.
To keep the status quo. Blinken is going over there to temperature check because this Palestinian situation is very unpopular with the people in the street. And the people in the street are at the point now where they're ready to turn things over. Namely, the heads of state of Jordan, of Egypt, of Saudi Arabia. So now this news is reported back to Biden, and Biden is telling Netanyahu, like, look, you need to slow down, dude, because it's about to jump off. And see, when one of the heads of these governments is toppled, the other two are next. At that point, who knows what happens next? Right? Because I promise you, if the government of Egypt is toppled, whoever takes its place will be radical. Same for Jordan, same for Saudi. Whoever takes their place will be very radical.
Yes, brother.
Yeah, so Biden understands this. Blinken understands this. Everyone understands this, except for the American public. We don't understand this because we're oblivious to these facts, because the media does us a disservice because they don't tell us what the reality is. They sell us this bullshit that the White House has been feeding us forever.
Do you think, the American public, right? Do you think the American public, do you think they know what's in their best interest?
No. Not a clue. Americans are stupid.
Is there any good move for the, I mean, because the right thing to do would be to pull out, right? The right thing to do would be to stop meddling, pretty much, right? And to stop funding with the funding, because it hasn't worked, essentially, right?
So the right thing for the American people to do would be come to terms with the reality, which is this, is that your government has been bought and sold by the corporations. And you, as a result of your government having been bought and sold by the corporations, you have been enslaved by the corporations, by way of the government who is owned by the corporations. The thing for you to do were to assume control of your government. That's what America needs to do. That's what the American people need to do. Because right now, the US government is not under the thumb of the American people, which is why things like your government can support open genocide, okay?
Right,
and then your government tell you, don't believe your lying eyes.
But I get you. I get that part, right? But then there's the issue in the US. Like Biden, if they pull out, right, then it's the Republican Party is saying, like, you know, aren't they pro-Israel? Even more pro-Israel? I mean, aren't they pro-war?
The United States government is, you have to understand, Republican, Democrat, 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. It's the same deal. It does not matter.
Right.
You have Democratic window dressing, you have Republican window dressing, but it's the same window. If that makes sense.
No, it makes sense to me. Okay, so if let's say both say we don't want boots on the ground, and we don't want to keep funding through aid these nations, right, that are undemocratic, right? But not that does either party care if it's undemocratic anyway? But let's just say they pull. Okay, go ahead.
No, well, so you have to understand is that the Republican or Democrat, they all serve their corporate masters. So the question you should ask is, what is in the interest of the corporations? Whatever that is what the United States government is going to do, which is the reason why you have these conflicts in Ukraine, in Palestine, because it serves the interests of the corporate masters, the people who own the United States government. War in Ukraine does not serve the interests of your typical middle class or even, poor American. War in Palestine, Israel does not serve the purpose of your typical American. It doesn't. For what? I mean, what do we gain? Nothing. If the Ukrainians beat the Russians, what do we gain? Nothing. If the Russians beat the Ukrainians, what do we lose? Nothing. Nothing. So why? What is the point?
What you mean? What do we lose? We lose.
So as an American, right?
They lose the trade routes, control over the trade routes.
Like I said, if the Russians beat the Ukrainians, how does that affect my bottom line? It doesn't. It doesn't make a difference. It makes no difference to my bottom line.
This was going to happen. If Ukraine becomes Russian, then it's going to influence Turkey, right? Number one. And then you got the rest of this. Then you got Israel, right? Then you got this issue here. I mean, it's looking like they're going to lose this.
Well, they are.
And everything in it, you know?
They are. They are.
And,
they're gonna lose
so
it.
that means this trade route here. So what's the American public gonna? How's that going to affect the average American?
It doesn't.
I'm just asking the question. I'm not saying everybody has the answers, but it doesn't. You say it doesn't?
It doesn't. No, it's not. I don't believe it does. I think
they'll make it.
Would you
no,
say?
I think that
it affects us.
Well, so here's the deal, right? It's affecting us in the sense that these conflicts mean higher prices.
True.
Whereas if these conflicts were not going on, we wouldn't have like shortages and the prices inflate. These things wouldn't be.
We'd still have some buying power, basically. Is that what you mean? Like we won't.
No, what I'm saying,
funding, and we still have buying power.
So what I'm saying is that during war, prices go up.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a universal truth. Always has been, always will be. And like, for instance, we see in this
people die,
Red Sea, and people die. So there's a human cost to these conflicts.
But will it be our people?
Well, the way that Biden is going, I mean, so we have aircraft carriers, battleships in the Red Sea, in the Mediterranean that are serving. The only purpose that they're serving right now is very big targets waiting to be sunk, ships that are waiting to be sunk. And the way Biden is going, the direction that we're going, that is going to happen. The problem with our military is that we have a military that's based on World War II warfare, World War II thinking, whereas our adversaries have moved beyond. They don't think in those terms anymore. And their weapons are designed for the 21st century. We still think that we can sail across the ocean and land on a beach and overtake a country. It don't work that way no more. They have these things called supersonic missiles that can't be shot down that sink aircraft carriers. The Germans didn't have that. Had the Germans had that technology in the 1940s, they would have won the war. But the technology that the Germans didn't have, the Iranians have, the Chinese have, the Russians have. They have modern militaries that are equipped to fight against American military forces. They've been preparing for this conflict for 20, 30 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we are still stuck in the past thinking that we can pull some Normandy D-Day shit and roll up on their beach and just overtake their country. It don't work that way no more. It don't work that way no more. So yeah, the we're going to realize, we're already realizing cost in the terms of our spending power because it is diminished because of these conflicts.
So it's basically a lose-lose situation.
Yes.
Is what you're saying. But is
For
there
us,
is
yes.
that what the American public is going to go for?
The American public is clueless. That's the problem. That's why we're in the situation we're in now, because we're clueless.
I mean, if they had a choice, if the American public had a choice to leave that region and suffer through trade, would they take it?
So,
or would they take war and suffer through trade? Essentially, that's what it sounds like.
The problem is that nobody seems to remember the lessons we learned in World War II. It's a good question. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I would like to think
it's a hard
that
question to ask. It's hard. Yeah, it's a hard question. Yeah. But I'm just asking it. I'm only asking it. I don't know. But if I was to put my a Femi hat on, I would say they'd rather blow a whole bunch of shit up. People specifically in that region, like they'd rather have a war there because, you know, of course, there's the chance that you could go into like you said, hypersonic missiles and things like this. But those missiles going to take a little bit longer time to get to the United States.
So the issue is that,
I hate to say it that way, but I think that's how the U.S. government is thinking. The military.
But see, here's the real issue, right? The real issue is not so much the United States having to fight war on its own territory. The issue is that if all-out war were to break out, what happens to the prices of goods and services? What happens to the price of gas? If all-out war breaks out, guess what's not happening? The gas tankers are not reaching the shores of the U.S. Why? Because there's a war going on. So what happens to the price of gas in this country? It goes through the roof. And when that happens, the price of everything else goes through the roof. War means higher prices. And as this conflict, and this is the reason why you constantly hear Biden talking about not letting the conflict escalate, because they understand what happens next if all-out war is the result of the current tension. All-out war means prices go through the roof. Biden doesn't get reelected if that happens. In fact, he's probably not going to get reelected regardless. But if there's all-out war, if prices go through the roof, Biden understands he does not get reelected.
Right. I think it's more. Yeah. I think it's closer to that one myself. I think that is
You see
exactly
what
it is. Go ahead. Yep.
you see what he's doing to try to basically secure his win next time. They already made it so that Biden is the only one on the ballot in Florida. There are no other Democrats that are on the ballot. They've done the same thing in Massachusetts, Tennessee, North Carolina.
Yeah, but they're using the thing about September, the September thing. The attack on the Capitol. What did they call that again? The insurrection. They're using that to take Trump off the ballots.
Yeah, so that should actually.
No. I'm not talking about they taking Trump off. I'm talking about the Democratic National Convention, the DNC, the Democrats have been taking off all the other Democrats, and you can only vote for Biden.
Oh, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which should send up red flags, because that is very, very, very undemocratic. How is it you don't have a choice?
But the Democrats, they hold the line like that. He's the president. Have you ever seen the Democrats switch over? When was the last time you saw the Democratic Party break ranks?
I don't think it's ever happened.
I mean, the Republican Party is definitely broken ranks, but
yeah, I don't think it's ever happened. However, it at the end of the day, the people are supposed to choose who they run for president, not the Democratic Party. The people are supposed to make that choice. People are supposed to vote and determine who, because maybe perhaps the people don't want Joe Biden to run for president on the Democratic ticket. They may not want that. But here you have the undemocratic party not giving the people a chance to decide who should run for president. But I mean, this is nothing new with the Democratic Party, because they're anything but democratic, because they've done this before. So this is not nothing. This isn't new. This shouldn't surprise anyone. This is how they conduct business. Okay, like I say, Joe Biden is the corporate approved candidate for president. Therefore, he's allowed to run.
He's the senior. He's basically the senior Democratic. He's the leader of the Democratic Party. I mean, he's the senior member of the party.
So how can you be the leader of the Democratic Party if the people have not elected you as such? Now, that might have been true 4 years ago, but there are elections every 4 years in this country.
Right, but
so
I mean,
you have to be.
What I mean is, he's the senior, but because of the time that he's been in the party, so they're not going to and the fact that he's been in the party pretty much he's the senior member at this point, isn't he? And
yeah, he might be.
And he's the president. I don't think any Democrat is really interested in breaking those ranks. I'm talking about the elected officials. The people obviously are different. They think differently, but the party, once you get into party politics, it seems like they're going to hold. It seems like they won't be breaking ranks anytime.
Well, if you turn the clock back about a year, prior to all this nonsense with Palestine Israel jumping off, and prior to all the Trump indictments, there was a lot of talk in Democratic circles about who's going to run for president. And there was actually a lot of chatter about not running Joe Biden.
Right. That's true. That's true.
There was a lot of chatter about that.
And not just because of his age, but because of some of his history. Yeah, they don't believe that Biden was the most progressive candidate, at all.
Not only that, there's a
He's more of
feeling.
a centrist. He's a center. He's a center party. He's a center Democrat.
Yeah, well, he's a corporate Democrat. Yeah,
He's not a leftist.
and exactly. And there was a belief amongst many in the Democratic Party, and this is actually, I think, probably true, that he could not beat Trump in a rematch.
Right.
But
then he won.
No. He beat Trump, but the question was, could he beat Trump in a rematch? Could Biden beat Trump in 2024?
Yeah, because of his age. Yeah,
and I honestly believe the answer to that question is no.
You think so?
Yeah. Because Biden has pissed off
Trump
a lot of
that first
Democrats.
time. He beat Trump that first time, but just because of how much people wanted Trump gone.
Right.
It wasn't because of no really shining, example of that Biden was setting or anything like that. And now people are pretty much talking like, he's diminished a whole lot in the last 4 years that he's been in office, and they're trying their best to hide it.
Yeah,
but that's
so
like
he wasn't all.
I'm not saying it's not true, but isn't it more rumorish? It's kind of just rumor, right?
There's been a lot that has happened in these 4 years. So you had COVID, you had the shutdowns, you had the forced vaccinations, you had the inflation, you have the price of housing has gone absolutely insane crazy. I mean, it is unbelievable, the price of housing in America now, and how basically no one can afford to buy a house now. Right? And then on top of all that, you have these conflicts in Ukraine, in Palestine, Israel. Right? And all the money that's being spent to fund these wars, meanwhile, the price of housing is insane. And the country is literally falling apart. I'm talking about in terms of the infrastructure.
Right, but what they're going to do?
What they're going to do?
They're going to vote for Trump to fix that?
People in this country are so upset and pissed that anything at this point, if you would ask me this question 2 years ago, I would have said no way in hell. But now, behind everything that has happened,
don't you think that's insane? Because Trump is not known for giving a goddamn about housing.
Man, let me tell you.
They're calling Biden Genocide Joe now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the right wing, man. Come on, man. Is that's what they're calling him, Genocide Joe?
It ain't just the right wing. He's losing a lot of Democratic voters. The percentage of black voters that normally vote for Democrats has gone way down. Same
That's
for
overweight.
Hispanics, same for
Listen,
it's looking bad.
Listen, let me tell you something, right? Chicago has been a Democratic city since I can remember. I've lived in Chicago all my life. I'm 51 years old. I'll be 52 in March. Chicago has been a Democratic city for longer than I've been alive.
Mm-hmm.
Chicago is about to flip Republican. Thanks to Joe Biden. That tells you all you need to know right there. When a city like Chicago, that has been Democratic forever and a day, flips to Republican, you have black people in Chicago talking about Chicago is going to flip Republican. It's over. It's over.
Okay, so let me ask this then. Let's say the U.S. pulls out of the Middle East. Let's say the U.S. loses this area here, right? Because this is what they've been funding. Right. I mean, among many other things, though, among many other things, but this is what's at risk. You could say, in term right now, this is what's at risk, right? Let's say that happens. They pull out. They don't invest in the security packs, because and they give up on the trade in that controlling the trade routes, right? To this region, is that going to equal recession for the U.S.?
So I think the U.S. is already in a recession.
Mm-hmm.
We're already there. Now, they're not reporting on it because this is an election year. Mm-hmm. So the media is essentially beholden to the White House, right? Mm-hmm. So, they can't tell us what is obviously true. But all you need to do is look around in the United States and you see we're in a recession, okay? Prices are through the roof. Like I said, housing prices. The auto industry is about to fold. Mm-hmm. Like literally. Like if you go to a dealership now, the dealerships are stocked full of cars that they cannot sell. Mm-hmm. Whereas a year ago, the dealerships could not keep cars in their lot. But now, a year later, the dealerships, they have an ocean of cars sitting on their lots, collecting dust, rusting away. People are not buying. The housing market is at the cusp of a crash. Is at the cusp. Prices are so high. Okay, the only thing that's keeping the housing market afloat right now is the fact that demand is low. Okay, supply is just a little bit lower than demand, right? But once demand plummets, or if there should be an increase in supply, housing market is going to crash. And this is the context to the 2024 presidential election. You have the economy of the country is at the edge. It is at the edge, and all it needs is just a little push. And that's where we are right now. Yeah, so it's over with for Biden.
I mean, I don't know if it's over for. I mean, it's just a guess. We're just examining, having a discussion on examining. I see the American public. It's strange right now because it looks like what the American public wants, is it just seems like they want something that's almost.
Well, here, let me run something by you real quick.
Trump cannot run, man. Trump cannot run.
Let me run something by you.
Oh, go ahead.
So I'm watching CNN right now as we speak.
Okay. Yeah.
And so now we have this process in the United States that is sort of like what we do in preparation for the general presidential election. We have caucuses, right? And the Iowa caucus is always the first in the country.
Yeah, that was the Republican.
The Republican Iowa caucus, right?
Right.
Donald Trump just won the Republican Iowa caucus, and he won by a margin of double his closest competitor.
Right, I saw that. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
The other two were like a tie, but half. They split. Just the fact that there was two people running, they lost essentially.
Right.
Or two competitors. Sorry, it was three running, and they split the other two split the rest of the votes. So lose.
I think that speaks volumes on where the temperament of the country is right now.
Right.
Because, like, Trump is without question a radical. But the thing is, Biden is even more radical. Truth be told, he's even more radical than Trump. Ask any small business owner, right, in this country, any small business owner, how business was under Biden, how business is under Biden, and how business was under Trump. I promise you, they're going to tell you that business was better under Trump. I promise you. Just ask any random small business owner in this country. And I guarantee you, that's the answer you're going to get.
You think he can win? You think Trump can win?
They don't see that.
Do I think Trump? Yes, I think Trump can win. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I very much think Trump can win. Yes, because Biden is terrible. Biden has run this country into the ground. Like I said, you have Chicago, Illinois, a city that has been Democratic like for the last 60, 70 years. You have black people in Chicago saying that the city is going to flip Republican. This is unheard of. Never in my life have I ever heard black people talking about Chicago's going to flip Republican and thought it could actually happen. And guess what? It could actually happen. Thanks to Joe Biden. He's finished. He's done. It's a wrap. I'm telling you, man. I very much think Trump can win another time. Yes, I do. Very much so.
There's a design in this country, right? Where it's pretty much just accepted that Republicans bad guys, Democrats good guys. And even though both parties do the same type of stuff, people have, the tradition so far has been that they more readily accept a lot of terrible things from the Democratic side, because they, their attitude about stuff is just smile, say stuff in a nice kind of way, blah, 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 but just do absolutely terrible things. It's sort of like the difference between like telling black folks that you can't vote because you're a N-word, like back in the day when you didn't have your right to vote. The difference between that and then saying like the lesser evil would be, okay, you can't vote because your grandfather used to be a slave. So we're not telling you that you can't vote no more because you're black. So therefore it's not as bad. And that's how it goes. They've had that pattern for a long time between the Democrats and the Republicans. And the whole thing is that they're trying to continue to just push the country more and more to the right. That's all it is. Like, people aren't accepting it right now that Biden is worse than Trump and whatnot. But all that keeps happening in this country is that you get somebody always worse, like on the Republican side, perception wise or whatever, you get someone that's worse than somebody that came before. Remember when George Bush, Jr. was like the most terrible thing to Americans, but they just keep going just like that. And the further right they go, the further extreme they go, Democrats follow, again, perception wise, right behind them. And it's like the least that they have to do to make things better. If you just keep on making things just horrible, just absolutely just terrible, the worst that they can possibly be, the least little thing that you do that's seen as better is going to be like on high, like you're God. They're going to be praising you to the high heavens. And then the expectation is that they can ride on that for the next 30 years, the Democrats or whatever. They can ride on that for the next 30 to 50 years while they continue to actually do things to make things worse. And you just gradually always get used to the worse. And then you want a little bit better. They give you just a little bit. And then they ride on that for the next 30 to 50 years again, just like that. Just like they've been riding on, certain civil rights that they gave to black people back in the 60s. They just been riding on that like, that's supposed to get them to vote. And that's it. Like we really don't gotta promise you to do anything and whatnot. Last election they had, what's her name, saying straight up on the Breakfast Club, I'm not gonna do anything especially for black folk. No.
What do you
Just
think
straight
about
up
this?
saying it like that?
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, don't get me. I'm just asking questions just to see, you know, how this how that story fits, you know, practically. But check this out. I hear it, man. I understand exactly what you're saying. Americans are very frustrated. Um, Trump is seen as how would you say Trump is seen? I mean, as a president, how effective is it? Is it that he's ineffective and ergo good? Like at least he won't be doing some of the things that Biden's doing. Is it that, or
So
is it,
half
or
the
is it that
country,
he knows what he's talking about?
yeah. So half the country sees Trump as the reincarnation of Jesus Christ,
Yeah,
and
totally a cult of person.
That's what I'm saying.
no,
All right,
seriously, seriously, I'm not even bullshitting. I'm not even embellishing. That's how half
Yeah.
the country sees him as a reincarnation of Jesus Christ. The other half sees him as some type of lunatic.
That's what I'm saying. And they're gonna vote for him, yo. And look
Yeah.
at this. Look, bro.
Yeah.
Even this
Yeah.
is the case. This right here is a case for the U.S. to leave the Middle East. But check this out. There's one problem. Look at this, man. There's one problem with this theory, man. I mean, it may not make the U.S. safer, you know. And that's the thing about it. Hold on. Here, let me see. Nuclear plural. Here we go. Here we go. Effect. All right. Here we go. So let's go up to here. The first thing it says in this report, it starts off reading well, right? But look, the only reason why the U.S. is there is because of Israel. But that's one reason. But the other thing is to stop Iran from getting a bomb. Because look, if the U.S. pulls out, Saudi Arabia is going to want a nuclear bomb. Iran pretty much has one. Right? At this point, do you think that that's going to make the U.S. safer?
The
We're
goal for
less
the
safe.
U.S. for the leaders of the U.S. is to make things worse because they want to lower people's expectations for what qualifies as better.
What you mean by
So
that? Say that again. They want to lower people's expectations for what qualifies as better. How so?
By making things worse. They have no intentions of making things better. It's like, you know, like you have things that are really popular that people in the country want, regardless of party affiliation. What you gonna call it? Universal health care. Very, very popular. And Biden could pass it or could have, and he would have never had to worry about re-election, right? But you'll hear stuff from him like, well, if he uses like, because you know, people were wondering why back during Obama's time, why certain things couldn't get done and whatnot, because you had Obama in office and you had both the Senate and the Congress, you know, were democratically controlled, just like right now. Same thing going on under Biden, but he wasn't getting anything done. Then you had and you know, the whole time they just kept on blaming Republicans for not being able to get stuff done. Then Trump comes into office, and all of a sudden he's just issuing executive orders like it ain't no thing. You had a lot of people that had never even heard of that, and they were like, executive order? What's that? He's just getting stuff done without Congress, without the Senate, just getting stuff through there. Biden comes into office and he promises to not use any executive orders. He says because, well, all that's going to happen is that the next president that comes along, the you know, next Republican or whatever, will just come and reverse it. But dude, if you actually use that power to give the people something that's insanely popular, who in their right mind is going to run on the promise that they're going to take away something insanely popular,
right,
from the people? They'll never win an election.
Right. So can't Biden do that
but
now?
they're not interested in making things better.
But can't Biden do that now?
He can do whatever he wants, but they're not interested in making things better. They want to make things worse.
All right, we're gonna hold you to that, Femi. Everybody hear that? Hold on, let me see. Andrea, remember Femi said, you don't think so? I mean, he's got to do something. shit, he's not. It's not looking too good right now for Biden. I mean, and he's not. He doesn't want to go into the middle. He doesn't want to put boots on the ground. He doesn't want to go to war in the Middle East, right? He not that he necessarily, cares how bad things get, because of course, in terms of not putting boots on the ground, because they can always do airstrikes, and but you're right though, Fight Doctor, that's not as safe as it used to be. Those ships just hanging around there is not necessarily the safest thing, especially if they don't just use them and start
Right. So
talking.
those
Go ahead.
ships,
Go ahead.
ships, their usefulness is to the extent that they provide very large targets for belligerent entities in the Middle East. That's essentially what their purpose is at this point. Because again, the United States, our military, the philosophy behind our military is based on prosecuting war as if we were in World War II. Well, you can't prosecute that type of war anymore. Not against an adversary who is a near peer.
Mm-hmm.
You lose. And Biden understands this. But did you ever have opportunity to read the open letter that Osama bin Laden wrote to the American public, to the American people?
No.
That was
Going around a little. They might take me off the internet if I do that. Now, where?
Yeah.
You want to read it? I should read
Well,
it.
A lot of people was like agreeing with him and stuff.
Yeah. So if you read that letter, it is very well written, and you cannot argue with its logic. You just can't.
Mm-hmm.
And Osama bin Laden essentially lays it out. He's like, look, the reason why we attack you is because you attack us. I mean, so here's what you could do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pull up a map of all of the U.S. military bases around the world and see for yourself how many U.S. military bases are in the Middle East. Saudi Arabia, Iraq. I think there's some in Jordan. There's
They're all over the damn place.
right. The United States have military bases all over the Middle East. Now, let's take that and flip it 180 degrees. What if Middle Eastern countries had military bases in the United States? Would Americans be happy about that? Would Americans accept foreign troops on American soil? Would they? Really? But somehow the people in this country think, the politicians in this country think that Middle Eastern people are supposed to accept the presence of American troops on their soil and not have anything to say about it. That doesn't make any sense.
But isn't there
what
a
he's
reason?
describing there? What he's describing there, what Fight Doctor is describing, that kind of American exceptionalism. That's why so many of them cannot accept that their government is not actually good, is not actually doing good things. It actually means them ill intent. They can't accept that idea. Like they think that America is a democracy and democracy is good.
Right, but what happens if they don't have? Okay, so what you're saying is that the U.S. pulls out and things get better for the U.S.
What I'm saying is that
retract the military
reason,
bases.
what I'm saying is one of the major problems with the United States is its foreign policy as it relates to the Middle East. The United States foreign policy is chief among reasons why this country is as unsafe as it is. It's the reason why, as an American, you can't go to certain places in the world and walk around in security because of U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. I mean, it's simple arithmetic, right? If you go other people's countries and bomb them to death, what do you think they're going to think about you? they're going to not like you at the minimum. We go over to Iraq, kill 1 million civilians. 1 million civilians. And then we can't understand why they don't like us. We go to Afghanistan, do the same. And then we can't understand why they don't like us. We're killing civilians right now in Palestine, and we can't understand why they don't like us. It seems to me the answer is simple, because we keep killing them. Stop killing them, maybe they'll stop hating us.
There's another way to.
Like V. If all that stuff I just told you about how they're trying to make things worse, if I was talking about a dictator is trying to make things worse in the country, it wouldn't be that hard to believe, right?
Right.
Because that's pretty much how people view dictators. Is dictator is bad, is evil, and he's going to do terrible things that make things worse for the people in the country. I'm telling you, America is a dictatorship, and people don't realize it. It's just a more sophisticated form of dictatorship than other places. But what's the difference between one guy, one idea? Because that's usually what people are afraid of when it comes to dictatorships, is just one person, one idea, and that's it. What's worse than a dictator who's ruling over a population, doing all kind of terrible things to the population and whatnot for 40 years in power? What's the difference between that and a nation that has 4-year term elected leaders and they enslave people for 200 years? In other words, a bunch of people all with the same one idea. What's the difference?
But what about, okay, so I get that part. I understand that part, but so you're saying that something else won't replace that with the same ideology?
Say that
So
again.
I think what he's trying to, the message he's trying to convey is that the United States government has been bought and paid for by the corporations, and that the corporations, this corporate monster that feeds on any and everything it can get its paws on, controls the U.S. government, and the U.S. government does its bidding, despite what's good for, or what might be best for the American people. The U.S. government is no longer subject to the American
we don't
people.
need such a huge GDP to do better, for our citizens and the country to do better. Just the country. You're saying that the lion's share of the GDP is just going to the wealthy.
Well, of course.
Okay, and that.
So
okay.
like something like
isn't that
70% of the wealth in this country is controlled by 1% of this population.
Okay, so I get it.
So that in itself should tell you like who's in charge and what's really going on. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. See, and this is a no-brainer. There should be no money in politics.
Right.
But all of these politicians have their corporate donors. These are the people that the
Legal
politicians. Exactly. It's legal bribery.
Yeah.
Legal bribery, right? Where the politicians are subject to their donors. Who are their donors? The big corporations, the big pharma, the Boeings, the McDonnell Douglases of the world. All of these huge corporations who buy these politicians. And the politicians make and enforce policies that are beneficial to and for the corporations, which is how you get like the COVID deal, right? Where you have the corporations, the big pharma, pulling this vaccine literally out of their ass 2 months after the epidemic began. Then you have the U.S. government spending billions of dollars on a vaccine which doesn't even work. So in the end, what do you get? You get a sick population that's now even sicker from having been forced to take a vaccine that doesn't work. That's the first thing you get. The second thing you get is you get big pharma, that's even bigger and fatter now because of all the money they gangstered from the United States government, which came from the U.S. taxpayer for paying for a vaccine that doesn't work.
That's something that we've been pointing out for decades, right? How they don't be coming up with cures for these diseases and ailments that people have, because just doing the whole treatment thing is more profitable to them. So having sick people, making people sick, so on and so forth, they do that because it profits them. So again, making people's lives worse, that's their thing because they profit from it. I remember, many years ago, you had some country over in Europe that that didn't want to. It's like they didn't want to sell Philip Morris cigarettes anymore or something. And Philip Morris did a study showing how smoking cigarettes will actually cause your population to start dying younger, and how that can benefit you, the government and whatnot.
Right.
Like it's
Right.
crazy. I know it's hard to believe because it's a democracy, and you see, democracy is good.
Democracy, rule of the mob. That's what it is. Rule of the mob.
Yeah.
But listen, I gotta drop. I gotta get to sleep. So I gotta be up in a few hours and do some work. So I appreciate you having me on, and I'm looking forward to the next time.
All right, yo. I think V's away from his computer or something.
Oh yeah.
Have a good night, man.
All right. Well, peace and blessings to you, brother, and peace and blessings to the chat. And I'll catch you all on the next go round.
All right. I don't know why V left me alone on this.
Nah, is he in
I'm
Chicago?
not good at being no host.
Is he in Chicago?
I
The
don't know.
Oh, okay. I meant to ask them now.
You talk.
See what? Well, I get the I agree 100%, man. The theories, I agree with the theories, but practically, and what do you think can happen? What do you think can happen that's practical that benefits the public? I mean, and practical is a big word because there's a lot of shit that ain't happening practically. You know, that it's very difficult to shift gears, man. You know what I mean? Isn't it?
I think, yeah. I think, folks, the best thing to do is you can either go to some country like where you're at, or folks can try to go to a country that's more so like for Black folks, Liberia or something like that, where you can possibly have some kind of effect over, you know what I'm saying, changing things over there with the government and whatnot. In America, it's too, like, the government is too, I don't know the words how to put it, but there's no change in that. It's too far gone. Like, I know people have those kinds of like fantasies about, one person making a change and so on and so forth, but the American government and the corporations and all that, they got that game wrapped up too tightly. That's the stuff that we're seeing here, how they're shutting down the elections, and the Democrats, while they're trying to prosecute Donald Trump for rigging an election or trying to overturn an election, they're busy rigging an election while they're doing that. And
Are
like,
they what you mean rigging an election?
Because
you mean by
just what I explained.
ranks.
What I explained earlier. Huh?
You mean by keeping ranks, like not doing the primary, the Democratic primary, not wanting to
Yeah,
do that, right? That's
yeah,
what you mean. Yeah.
yeah. Taking other people off the ballots and stuff. That's rigging an election. That's voter suppression. All the type of stuff that they're supposed to be fighting against, they're doing it.
Let me pull that up real quick.
Like you got people that have, some nice ideas out there that, if they got elected, maybe, certain things could be done to make things better, but they don't stand a chance at getting elected. Because even with them on the ballot, they have a way, the media, they have a way of going about things where they'll either just ignore those other candidates or they'll get you on their shows and they'll just the way that they ask questions, the way that they pose or frame questions is all just messed up. Like when Bernie was running, like, for years before Bernie Sanders actually ran, this is why it's hard for me to trust politicians. Years before he actually ran for president, this dude would, he'd get hit with certain questions and whatnot, and it was no problem. He could run right over it. Especially questions about the universal health care, because they always like to try to say that it would cost too much to switch from the type of healthcare that they have right now to universal healthcare, and they try to say that you'd have to raise taxes on people to do it. But the fact is that the kind of healthcare that you have right now, in the long run, will end up costing way more than universal healthcare, including the switch to it.
Yeah.
But the way that they would word that stuff and whatnot, it would just amount to just completely lying to people. But he always handled it until it was time to actually run. When I actually saw the dude on the campaign trail, especially when he went up against Joe Biden, the way that he ran, it was like watching your favorite boxer. Not that he was my favorite politician or anything, but it was like watching your favorite boxer throw a fight. Like you watching a boxer that you've seen him for years and how he fight. He'd be ducking and weaving, bobbing and weaving or whatever. He got his check hook. He got just all kind of stuff in his arsenal. Great defense, the Philly shell defense, all of that stuff. Just out of this world. Can't touch him when you boxing. Then you see him getting there with a fighter, and all of that stuff is gone. He ain't putting on none of his defense. He ain't bobbing and weaving. He ain't doing nothing. That's what it was like watching Bernie. All he kept doing was just referring to Joe as his friend, his good friend.
Right.
And he was, I was just like, wow. He's really, this is fake. This is totally fake. He's just throwing the damn fight.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There's some people out there, it seems, that might be genuine. You got Cornel West out there, but he doesn't stand a chance because they're either not inviting him onto any of the platforms on TV, or when they do, all they do is ask him, don't you think that, if you run, you're going to cause Trump to win since you're going to be splitting the vote? They do stuff like that. And they just keep it right there. They keep the whole conversation there. They don't ask him, what do you actually want to do if you win? Nothing that's going to get people in.
I don't. I don't. Well, if let's say Trump does win, I don't see him being an effective president, man.
He's a moron.
It's like two, huh?
I just say he's a moron.
I mean, it seems like all the choices are bad choices. Number one, it's basically it's a bad timing for trade. because so that's going to have an effect. But then you have right wingers in the U.S. or centralists even that are pro-war, right? I mean, they are pro-war. I don't see any way possible that the U.S. is just going to pull out of the Middle East. I don't see that happening. They might pull. They may not bring troops in, but I don't see them taking any more out. I don't see them wanting to lose the Red Sea. I don't see them backing out of a military conflict right now. But I do see them not wanting to make it a political issue, right? And that's different because you can they can hang around some months without any issue. The U.S. doesn't have to go to war immediately. I mean, because think about this. They always like to build up support for what they do, the U.S., first of all. And if there is going to be a major conflict, they're going to need to build up support in NATO and also build up, support nationally in each nation, right? But on the flip side of it, let's say people are frustrated. They don't want Biden, right? They want something new. Americans want something new. Biden's been the president. If you want something new, then it looks like Trump because he's so popular within the Republican Party, except he's an insurrectionist. So it's insane. It's insane to vote for an insurrectionist.
You said all the choices are bad?
All the choices
and
are bad.
That's exactly how they want it.
Yeah. I mean, the choices are very bad, my friend. Yeah, but it is, I mean, it's how, it is how they want it. I mean, the money, folks, that's definitely how they want it. But the money folks going to want war too, my friend.
Yeah.
Both
of them parties are maniacs for Israel. And Israel, they started extending their bombing campaigns because they're bombing Syria, they're bombing Lebanon. So
if the U.S. pulls out, if the U.S. is trying to pull out in the Middle East, right? At least it's military, right? If they're trying to move their security apparatus out of there, Israel's finished. It's a whole list of things that's finished. I mean, I don't see other people, and I'm not saying like it's us versus them, but let's say because of the dominance, I don't see a lot. I see a lot of people being hostile regarding the dominance that the U.S. has had, and it seems to me like they'll be looking to dominate. Somebody else will be looking to dominate. I mean, do you believe that human nature, like somehow the other groups like China, Russia, do you think that they're going to be any better? I mean, don't they want money? Don't they want to dominate trade? Or do they want a fair world where we all live? I mean, and share equally.
Nah. China,
that's what I'm saying, yo.
China got their own issues.
And that's what I'm saying. It's almost insane to be like, what we do? We're going to pull out of here and, we're going to save money. We'll save money. But yeah, you will save money, but somebody else is going to walk right into where you pulled out. I mean, I don't know, but I guess we're asking the questions everybody want to know. We're asking the question. I mean, I don't see it, man. Is there a segment? I'm going to play this, but this is the last question of Femi because it's getting late. Is there a segment of the United States population that is like, man, if we pull out, we're done dominating. We're done. We're done dominating. It's the beginning of the end. Is there a segment like that? And also, is there a segment that is like, if Trump wins this election, we're finished? There's going to be a civil war.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if they're thinking civil war.
He
but,
wants one. He's running on a ticket of civil war. This guy is like going after you. He may not say it, but he even says it sometimes.
Well, he literally says that he wants to do away with the Constitution when he gets up in there.
That's what I'm saying.
Like he pretty much wants to get rid of like term limits so that he can just be like president for life or something.
That's
And
what I'm
like
trying
he's
to
saying
say.
that straight up.
Man. All right, let's we had enough of this. Let's see what's going on with Sudan and let's get the hell out of here, bro. It's not looking good. I mean, that's why I'm betting. Nah, I'm betting it's going to be a war. Some people get to die. You get to decide pretty much. You can decide with Russia, China, U.S. and EU where those people are that's going to die. You know, they're all going to be like, China's going to be like, as long as no people die in China, U.S. is going to be like, yeah, okay, well, we want the same thing too. We don't want people dying over here. The EU is going to be like, yeah, that's true. We don't want people dying here. Well, where can the people die at? Right there. Let's have that war right there. To me, it seems like that's the most likely outcome, man. I don't believe in any of the countries, man. I believe they're all, when it comes to these kind of things, diabolical. You know, the big eat the small. That's what I believe. I don't believe the big eat the big. But let's play this, man.
Fish.
Yeah, man. The big fish eat the little fish, bro. They ain't gonna start off trying to eat the big. It's 3 or 4 whales. You think the whales are gonna start off trying to eat each other? I doubt it.
Nope.
I doubt it, man. So, but let me play this. I don't want to depress anybody. Yeah, we already depressed everybody, man. Let's see.
Now let's turn to the Sudan. It's been in the grip of a civil war. On one side is Sudan's military junta, led by General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan. On the other side is General Mohammed Hamadan Dagalo, also known as Hemeti. He commands the paramilitary.
This lady makes it sound like the end of the world is coming too, man. She's always negative. The U.S. is losing power. It's just like shit.
Group called the RSF, that's Rapid Support Forces, RSF. Now, both these generals used to be allies. They worked together to orchestrate a coup in 2021. But this year, in April, they had a falling out, and that's when the fighting began. It has claimed more than 12,000 lives and displaced millions of people.
God.
In the last few months, the fighting has slowed down. Neither side was making gains.
You see that, man? They got fighter planes and they're blowing up residential areas, man.
But then something shifted. Hemeti's RSF started gaining ground. Look at their progress this month. They captured Sudan's second largest city, Wad Madani. They've also captured the war-torn region of Darfur. And they're steadily pushing south. What is the Sudanese army doing? They're targeting a different opponent, the United Arab Emirates, the UAE. 15 Emirati diplomats have been expelled from the Sudan. The order came from the army chief Burhan. The diplomats were reportedly given just 48 hours to leave. The Sudanese army is also exchanging harsh messages with the UAE. They're engaging in harsh exchanges. It seems tensions between the two Arab states are coming to a head. And you may be wondering why. What does the UAE have to do with Sudan's civil war? Well, Burhan and his junta have made a charge. They believe that Abu Dhabi is secretly backing Hemeti and the RSF. They're not the only ones who think so. These reports have been floating around for months now about a tie-up between the Emiratis and the RSF. In August, reports said that the UAE was sending weapons to them, allegedly disguised as aid shipments. This aid was bound for Sudanese refugees who'd taken shelter in the neighboring nation of Chad, but instead of bread, the Emirati shipments contained bullets, also assault rifles and small arms. Now, the UAE has denied all of this, of course. They say they're not taking sides in the Sudan conflict. And for a while, the Sudanese army did not say anything either, but that silence broke last month. Burhan's second in command publicly condemned the UAE. He called it and I'm quoting, a state mafia. He said they had taken the path of evil by supporting Hemeti. Again, the UAE denies it, and there is no solid proof of their involvement. But look at the bigger picture. The UAE is ruled by Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, popularly known as MBS, who's been the de facto ruler of the kingdom since about 2014. And it's around that time that he started cooperating with Hemeti. Hemeti's RSF sent troops to help the UAE in 2015. That's when the UAE was active in Yemen. Hemeti helped them. And since then, they've shared good ties. The UAE and RSF have shared business interests in Sudan as well. What kind of business? Well, Hemeti is a warlord with his own personal army. So, of course, he controls natural resources as well, specifically gold. He controls some gold mines. And over the years, he's become rich by selling that gold. And the UAE happens to be a major buyer. It is one of the biggest gold importers in the world. In 2021, it imported gold worth $43 billion. That's about 10% of the world's gold imports. And Abu Dhabi bought a lot of it from the Sudan, and Hemeti reportedly benefited from this trade. It's likely that the UAE wanted to keep its gold supply steady. But does that mean they secretly bagged Hemeti in the Sudan civil war? The Sudanese army believes so, and now they're engaged in a diplomatic spat. But will it change anything in the Sudan? Will the UAE back off if they're really involved? Or will this escalate further? We'll be tracking this story for you.
There we have it. Yeah, man. Shit is kicking off down there too. I don't know, man. It looks like I think it's going to be more proxy war. To me, that seems like the logical thing. And I don't know. That's my best guess, brother. Yeah.
My default state is that I hate African leaders.
Well, those ones in particular, man, come on, man. They're just fighting. You know, they were together. It's like two generals. They were together to build to bring the country together. And then all of a sudden they fought over who was going to be the top dog. This war is about who was going to be the top dog in the country. Who's going to be the president? They kicked the president out so they could fight over who's going to be the top dog. Isn't that? And they said that it's because the other one that the people said was cool was what had ties to the US. Man, it's just a whole shitstorm, dude. It's like, it's crazy, man. And it's created problems in the South. The South Sudan has problems now. I think before I shut this off, let me just check that out. Huh?
I just want them to leave the South alone and leave Darfur alone. Some funny haired dudes up north can go ahead and continue to fight. I don't really care.
I think this conflict, something happened recently. South Sudan. Something happened with South Sudan. A friend of mine from South Sudan, a lady, she had a post the other day where she said they were getting armed. It's like South Sudan conflict. Let me see what's coming up. Is that? Hey, hold on. There's something new happening. Why don't I see any stories about that, man? She just okay. Sudan? Now there's something going on in this. Something happening in the South has something to do with the North too. I don't know what it is. How is the South doing 12? I'm gonna find out. We come back to that, man. But there's something going on in the South too, man. And my thoughts are it's all coming from outside sources, funding it, brother. It's all outside, man. It's terrible, man. But on that note, man, I'm gonna shut it down for today. I appreciate you, Femi, coming up, man. It's been a minute also catching up with you, man. I gotta send you the invites. Appreciate everybody. Mark, a bit tired. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, what do you want to say? Go ahead, Femi.
I've been watching the
yeah, man. Oh wow, yeah, man. It's been very, very interesting. Very interesting. It's been discussions about words in the dictionary. It's been
activist versus activist.
You know what I'm saying? Like, wow, let's debate that. It's just shit. You know, it almost sounds like HOK over there. But in any case,
Yeah.
let's debate what's the difference between activists and and advocate. Let's do that. Let's debate it. But yeah, brother. It's been actually pretty cool, man. You know, did you notice that HOK all of us in the last month since I went in on Chief X, slowly now folks want to start reading about the, you know, or at least communicating with their audience about the Green Sahara findings. You know, after they all took this, you know, subset, not all, but people took this big, the Sahara has been a barrier for people for thousands of years. You know, these aren't the same people. Negroes in the South have never been in the North. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so happily, I'm glad that they now taking up that topic of DNA. DNA does not mean ethnicity. That's not the same thing. You know, I'm glad they starting to. I'm glad they bothered. They're forcing others to drop that Chief X approach and drop the Hawass and Shuni Man approach, because it had been criticized already for some time. Like, come on, it was limited analysis done. The Shuni Man report was extremely narrow and limited analysis, and people ran off with that and came up with the story how Caucasians and Asiatics always been in the North, and they never realized that, wait a second, the people in sub-Saharan Africa had the same DNA too. So it doesn't mean that they weren't black. That's so so crazy. Go ahead.
Also, the idea about the desert being a barrier to black people. Like you talking about the black people that live in the desert? It's a barrier, but they live there.
Exactly. Just what the fuck? What is this? It's
and they never
crazy,
talk about the
man.
Kalahari Desert in the South being a barrier to black people. Black folk cross right over the Kalahari Desert with no problems. They live in the Kalahari Desert with no problems.
Hey, hey, they ain't talking. They never use that about Mexicans. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucking Mexicans cross the border every day of the week. The cocaine never stops. The people never do it. And all of a sudden it's like, no, but the Sahara is different, y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's like they just be lunchboxing, man. But in any case, now your brother, thanks to me, they can't do that anymore. Those days are over. People have been reformed. We're gonna, the next time we take up DNA, we're gonna further that discussion to add even further background onto it, just to paint a real clear picture about what's been going on. But you know, that's how it is. You live and you learn, and you have your battles, and hopefully you live to battle another day too. You know, we don't have to take everybody out in one swipe. But yeah, brother, I appreciate you, Femi. I appreciate everybody in the chat. Everybody say thank you to the Fight Doctor and Femi for hopping up on the panel and making it a show, because these kind of conversations, they're not easy to have, the geopolitical conversations. And you know, but look, these are the conversations we need to have, and we need to have these election conversations. And again, black folk on the elections, black folk, African Americans, Black Americans, whatever you want to call them, FBA, they need to be figuring out what is it they want from this election. If they, because folks, you ain't going to get everything. We're not going to get everything. I want to check before it's all gone. Look, if before you pull the fuck out the Middle East, I want my check. That you pull out after. You know what I'm saying? Don't be pulling out the Middle East before the reparation check. Damn. That's all I gotta say. Like, shit, then it's gonna be like, cool, it's gonna be over for that. Then they really gonna be like, well, it's a recession, we don't have the money, trade is down, our GDP is lower than it's ever been. You know, the Mexicans are still coming. You know, so it's a funny world, my brother. But on that note, thanks, Andrea, Marquise, Bitide. You guys are wonderful. Donnie, Appreciate you also always, brother. Hey, did you guys like Pumpkin? Pumpkin, don't let me forget Pumpkin now. Did you guys like that little music presentation? The party, the listening party? I hope so.
I caught the second one earlier.
You caught the second one. All right. I decided I want to try to do a few of those, man. Do one once a week, do something like that. And next week I'm gonna change the music stylings. It's not going to be the classics next week. It's going to be something different. I'm gonna surprise you. It's still going to be tasteful though. So I appreciate everybody for taking a look at that, and for those that didn't, check it out when you get a chance. And on that note, y'all, I got to say good night to everyone. I appreciate everybody. I'll see you back here later on this week. I think it's going to be Wednesday. Yeah, Thursday. I appreciate y'all. Peace. We out. Peace for Femi. Thanks, brother. Get out of here.